I would like to call to order the Kentucky Community and Technical College System Board of Regents meeting. I would like to ask parliamentarians to Gall to please call the roll.
Chair Hamilton,
Yes.
Vice Chair Stevens,
Yes.
Secretary Whitten,
Yes.
Regent Cox,
Here.
Regent Fulton,
Here.
Regent Givens,
Here.
Regent Hall,
Here.
Regent Horn, Regent Hunt,
Here.
Regent Martin,
Here.
Regent McGraw,
Here.
Regent Powers,
Here.
Regent Rabinowitz, Regent Sutherland.
Here.
We have quorum.
Thank you. The meeting's minutes have been distributed to all members. Are there any corrections to the meeting minutes from December 4th, 2025? If not, may I have a motion to approve?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any objection to the motion to approve the minutes? Motion passes by consensus.
Okay. I'd like to ask Bruce Roberts, Executive Director of the Fire Commission, to please provide a brief welcome. Thank you, sir.
Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you all for being here at the Fire Commission. We have water in the refrigerator, coffee back in the kitchen. We've got a full day planned for you all. We've got fire gear out here for everybody to try on. We've got apparatus outside if you want to drive a fire truck or if you want to climb a ladder, we've got that. We've got our physical agility course set up if you want to attempt that. So we've got a full day for you. And I would like to, thank my staff. They're the ones that have put the day together for you. And it's going to be interesting. It'll be something different, so you can get out and do a little hands-on and actually see what we do on a daily basis when we're out training the firefighters. So basically, welcome to the Fire Commission. This is our main office. Other than this, we have 12 campuses across the state that basically does the training for all the firefighters. And at this time, I would like to introduce my other boss, Ricky King, who is the chairman of the Fire Commission Board. Come up and say a few words.
Bruce is amazing. He don't need we're not really he tells us what to do. He does a very good job. Thank you all for being here. Hopefully our relationship, Dr. Quarles I've been on the board now, I think this is my 7th year, 3rd year being the chairman of the Fire Commission. So our relationship with KCTCS, with Dr. Quarles continues to grow. Now you all have a little bit better understanding of what we really do for the fire service across the great Commonwealth. Dr. Quarles, as far as I can remember, is one of the first presidents that's come in our offices. So we thank him for that relationship that he's building. Again, thank you all for being here. Thank you for what you do. Hopefully, you all will be able to come down. Y'all hear a lot about the Fire Academy. So hopefully we can set up a meeting with you all at the Fire Academy where you have a little bit better understanding of what those guys do. They are actually in their 4th week. They just started a class. They're in their 4th week this week. So they're starting a lot of hands-on training there. And they're from across the Commonwealth. So and it continues to grow. So anything that we can do for you all, let us know. Bruce and our staff does a wonderful job. And again, Dr. Quarles, his staff, thank you all for the continuous growth of the relationship that we have with you all. It's very pleasant to know now that KCTCS understands what the Fire Commission does, and we understand what you all do. And we didn't have that relationship in the past. So thank you all, and thank you all for being at the Fire Commission.
If anyone has any questions, the staff's here. We'll be here all day to assist you. So have fun, enjoy the day. We look forward to working with y'all outside and seeing what we do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you supporting us today. I want to congratulate Dr. Quarles and his team on a successful KCTCS Advocacy Day in Frankfurt last month. It was great to see so many legislators stop by to hear about the great work going on at our KCTCS college statewide. Every year, the Board of Regents conducts self-evaluation survey to determine our strengths and areas of improvement. The process was discussed in the February Policy and Planning meeting. I would now like to ask for a volunteer to conduct this survey and present the results at the June board meeting. Who would like to volunteer?
I think you have a taker.
I'll volunteer. Thank you very much. Thank you. Dr. Quarles, will you please provide your report?
Well, thank you and good morning, and thank you for making the trip to Paris, Kentucky, the headquarters of the Kentucky Fire Commission. This is a special day. This is the first time we believe the Board of Regents has ever had a meeting here. So thank you, Bruce and Ricky and your team for the hospitality today. And we'll have a few instructions for activities throughout the day. We appreciate that. And thank you for promoting me to captain with absolutely no training whatsoever. So I really do appreciate that over the years. But we're going to have some fun today. First off, I think 10 of our colleges are on spring break this week. So a lot of our students are out, but our faculty and staff are in. And I just want to say a special thank you to our student regents who sacrificed their spring break for being here today. So thank you, Regent Fulton and Givens, for being here today. And again, thank you for the Kentucky Fire Commission for hosting us today. 16,000 plus firefighters across Kentucky, over 700 fire departments. Their outfit does about 98% of all firefighter training, not to be underestimated. They mentioned the Kentucky Fire Academy. If you get a chance, we'll send the email out on their 2 graduations days. They have 2 recruit classes that graduate, I think May and November, I believe. Regent Givens joined us for the one down in Madisonville. Those recruits graduate after a grueling, I believe it was 13 weeks of training, and they leave with 28 credit hours with Madisonville Community College. So they're almost halfway there with their associate's degrees. And so when they go back out across Kentucky and serve us in uniform as first responders, we appreciate that, but we also encourage them to finish that degree as well. Tanel Sawyer is with us today, and she's married to a firefighter, so she's ready. She's brought her own equipment today. So we'll have some activities and demonstrations later on. Our focus on this first quarter of KCTCS in 2026 obviously has been Frankfurt oriented. You're going to have a more detailed update on what's going on in Frankfurt as well as what's going on in Washington, D.C. later today. Chris is actually at the Capitol this morning, but later today we'll be covering House Bill 619, the reform legislation, which went through the Kentucky House yesterday, 97-1. House Bill 5 is in the Senate. I'll be testifying tomorrow morning. That is our prison reentry legislation, which went through with 100% support through the House. As you know, we believe this will be a national model once passed. Our budget, of course, is being considered. We'll tell you what we know at this point later this afternoon, but also keep in mind that you as our governing board have a budget to approve come June. We won't know what the budget will be like until April 15th. And so we've suggested, and Chair Hamilton has approved, an April budget workshop meeting. And so this will be for information only. We feel that this allows the Board of Regents to have a better understanding of the information that we'll have after the General Assembly concludes their business in mid-April. And we'll be able to have a better projection about what we can afford and what our operating budget will look like. So be on the lookout for a virtual meeting. You can attend in person if you want, but a virtual-based meeting for a budget workshop. We know that other higher education institutions across the state do this, and we think it's good governance. We'll give you all a little more time to consider the budget before that June board vote as well. And of course, we have a piece of legislation to support the Fire Commission as well, which we'll hear about later on. Thank you, Chair Hamilton, for mentioning our Advocacy Day at Frankfurt. We had 2 regents show up. That's really good for us to interact with legislators. We also had 2 members of our foundation board be there to advocate with us. We had over half of the members of the General Assembly pop in and listen to our testimony, connect with the local presidents and our executive team as well. Nothing replaces showing up in person at the Capitol Annex as we go through the legislative session. So thank you for making that effort. Later today, you're going to hear a presentation from Dr. Phil Neal on our strategic plan, which will carry KCTCS through year 2030. A lot of input has been put into this exercise, faculty and staff and students across our system. We really appreciate that. And this will help set the course through the end of this decade. I also want to say I appreciate everything that our faculty and staff are doing on the front lines. Some of them are teaching today, some of them are on spring break, but as we know, the work never really ends. And so I just want to say special thanks for those that may be watching online for what you do in the classroom as well. In front of you, you have a printed out quarterly report. If you want to follow this as I follow just some of the highlights over the past quarter, and for our KCTCS system, we'll be emailing this out after this meeting as well. So if you want to look at some of our highlights, KCTCS's enrollment continues to grow. We're really proud that we have an enrollment growth of 6.2% from this time last year. That outpaces the national growth of community colleges. They grew about 4% this past year. We're at 6.2%. We really appreciate this. Our dual credit students continue to grow. They used to be about 1/3 of our enrollment. Now they're 38% of our 4-credit enrollment. Total freshman and sophomore enrollment increased by 4.6%. And our adult student enrollment has returned to pre-COVID levels as well. And when you add all this up, we expect KCTCS to surpass 120,000 credit-seeking students this academic year. And if you add in what we do with Workforce Solutions, about 70,000 or so, plus the Fire Commission, we're either right at knocking on the door, or we may exceed that 200,000 person threshold of people benefiting from our programs on an annual basis. And that'll be truly a historic high watermark for us at KCTCS. We really appreciate that. We're not resting on our laurels. We're already looking at enrollment trends for the fall and also fall of 27 as well, as we know the demographics across the nation may be challenging with enrollment cliffs, et cetera. Then we can talk about that later today. Another note of praise. In the early 2000s, KCTCS had a graduation rate of 15%. That's measured over 3 years. Associate's degree over 3 years, 15%. Due to the hard work of our faculty, staff, advisors, our presidents, support staff, wraparound services, you name it, we went from 41st in the nation to 4th in the nation. We're proud to report today that our graduation rate is 51.1%, an all-time record high for KCTCS. And I think that deserves a round of applause. You know, going from 41st to 4th is hard to do. You know, in higher ed, a lot of times we'll celebrate a 0.5 percentage point here, 0.3 of a percentage point there. We literally are at the all-time record high, and there's always plenty of work to be done. The national graduation rate at community colleges is around 38%, and we're at 51%. So a lot of praise for those helping our students out as well. Dr. Phil Neal and I presented our annual metrics and performance update to CPE earlier this year. If you'd like to watch that presentation, it kind of outlines how we're doing towards the CPE goals. We can send that link out as well. Following along in your quarterly update, we had another historic day at KCTCS as we signed on the dotted line with Morehead State University for the first Common Course structure in Kentucky that allows our mainly gen ed core content classes to align with their prefixes in course catalogs with equivalencies with Morehead State University. This was truly a historic moment. You see the picture on the screen. We have a lot of legislative support here. And if you recall, you as a board and us as an organization endorsed common course numbering for Kentucky. The state of California, of Florida does this. If you take a English 101 or Math 105 class at any of their community colleges, it's the exact same course number at any of their public 4 years. And so we knew that this might be tough to accomplish legislatively, but interestingly enough, a lot of the public 4 years are coming to us saying, this is good policy for Kentucky. So thank you to President Jay Morgan for walking the plank first with us. I want to say a special thank you to Dr. Frick, Dr. Renee Wagner, and their teams for setting up this framework. It will go into effect by the fall of 2028. And as of today, we've had about half of our public 4 years meeting with us to join on with a better understanding what common course numbering is and whether or not they want to sign up as well. Again, this is because of the work that we did on SGR 179. And we did have one legislator in Frankfurt say, thanks for doing this before we tell you to do it. So we appreciate the proactiveness as well. So congratulations on common course numbering as well. This past week, we had our first mental health and wellness week across KCTCS. As you know, I think that during COVID, it kind of peeled the layer off the onion that we have a lot of mental health issues in our country, mental health stress, and our students are no exception. We've partnered with the JED Foundation in the past, Healthy Minds Network, and of course, the Council on Post-Secondary Education to better understand this as a system. The Healthy Mind study underscores some statistics that are tough, but also reflect the reality of what our students are facing today. Here are just a few. 68% of our students who responded to the survey showed signs of depression. 66% reported symptoms of anxiety. 27% said they're receiving adequate therapy at this point. And 86% of our students reported financial stress at some point during their studies at KCTCS. We know that our students, and quite frankly, faculty and staff, are balancing a lot of things. They're balancing work, they're balancing family responsibility, financial pressures, and the unknowns as well. And so we're proud that we have initiated a mental health and wellness week across KCTCS. And if nothing else, it raises awareness that this is an issue. And secondly, that resources are available for everyone and beyond our students if you need help. Another successful meeting we had recently was with the Kentucky Colonels. We have any Kentucky Colonels here in the audience? Well, if you're not one, we can get that done. Get your appointment to the Honorable Order of Kentucky Colonels. They have been so generous to KCTCS. In fact, they just recently awarded us yet another $100,000 donation, and they are specifically helping fund students who are also parents. So these are students who are pursuing degrees and credentials while raising children. Over 500 students have benefited from this scholarship and support. And the lifetime giving of Kentucky Colonels to KCTCS is $1.8 million. They're this close to donating a total of $2 million. So if it's okay with you, we're going to invite them to a future Board of Regents meeting to say thank you. Thank you for your investment as well. And after our meeting, they politely reminded me that I've not donated yet to their organization, so I'll be sure to take care of that as well. As we transition into a discussion about facilities and infrastructure, we've had a few ribbon cuttings across the state of state-of-the-art buildings, ones that really provide both our faculty, staff, and students learning environments that are really second to none. At Ashland Community Technical College, a new transportation education center, which supports the logistics industry of Kentucky. I want to say thank you to Dr. Ferguson for hosting us, and the governor, and others. State-of-the-art facility with diesel technology, automotive technology, CDL licensing, line worker training as well. And guess what? There's a big chunk of the building that's open for future economic development opportunities as well. And so that's another thing that we're working closely with the Cabinet for Economic Development, is that these businesses or new industries may need a temporary place to set up shop, and no better place than KCTCS as well. At Jefferson Community Technical College, a brand new STEM facility, the Center for Science and Discovery provides a 40,000 square foot building of modern labs and hands-on learning. If you recall, we actually got to walk through the still under construction building of this last summer. So congratulations, Dr. Handy. And it helps better the Lou Med area in Louisville as well. And then finally, down in Owensboro, a couple weeks ago, Health Force Kentucky cut the ribbon on a permanent facility down there. That's an organization we've been working with for years. 5 of our colleges are official partners with Health Force Kentucky, primarily focused on Western Kentucky, but there's an appetite to expand this statewide. And I believe your organization is involved in this, so we appreciate that as well. We want to say a special thank you to the Kentucky General Assembly for not only supporting these projects, but also authorizing these projects. So not only do they give us generous amounts of funding to help fund these buildings, but they also authorize us to spend that as well. Sometimes we forget that we have to have their permission to spend this money as well. So thank you on that. Moving forward, some more exciting news out of Louisville. We now have a Humana Scholars Program, and Humana signed on as our second statewide Education First employer and our first private sector entity to sign on that represent an organization statewide. They are investing $125,000 to support nursing students entering home health cares. We had a wonderful event at JCTC about the scholarship announcement. Special thank you to Jesse Shook and Megan Stith for helping put this together. And the Humana executive said we're just getting started. So I think we're going to have a wonderful, perhaps, expansion of this across the system. But thank you, Humana, for the scholarship money. We also are teaming up with the United States Department of Agriculture, their rural development area down at Hazard. We celebrated a $93,000 grant from USDA. We call it RD, Rural Development, for funding for students who are second chance students, allowing them to pursue workforce opportunities as plumbers in the region as well. We're working with their state executive director, Travis Burton. We actually have a meeting next week to say if we can do this at Hazard, I think we can do it at a few more colleges across Kentucky. If this funding is there to help people re-enter the workforce, that's good for Kentucky. And so we're going to hopefully have some more opportunity for scholarship money across the state as well. We also got to host the United States Secretary of Education, Secretary McMahon, at BCTC. So thank you, Dr. Feeney. We co-hosted her along with Toyota. And the primary purpose of the visit was to celebrate the success that the FAME program has had. You may not know this, but FAME was invented here in Kentucky. Now it's a national model where students spend 3 days on the job, 2 days in the classroom. They're getting paid as an employee, but also knocking out advanced training as well. So it was great to host our friends from Washington, D.C. And just recently, as last week, Chair Hamilton joined us in Frankfurt as we were a recipient of an inaugural Kentucky Nuclear Energy Development Authority grant. West Kentucky Community Technical College received $1.5 million for the emerging nuclear energy down your way, Regent Hunt, as we know that the Paducah area is a prime location for the growth of this industry, but we're making sure that all of Kentucky is preparing for this. So down at Hazard, we actually have a nuclear medicine program that's getting started. And so we actually already have some tools in the toolkit that have to relate to this emerging industry. And so we're going to make sure we ramp up statewide, but congratulations on the grant, West Kentucky as well. KCTCS for Kentucky continues to be an opportunity for me to visit our 16 colleges, which is one of my goals and vision this year, of course. There we're learning from different industries. We're listening about areas that we are already doing a good job on and perhaps some new ideas. One of these that emerged is, I think I may have mentioned this before, is that there's a severe need for water treatment specialists across Kentucky. You know, we kind of take it for granted when we turn the tap on that we have clean, safe, reliable water. Well, there's a whole infrastructure that we have to support prior to that reaching your house or business. And we need more people entering that field. And so Bluegrass Community Technical College is proposing for a vote today, actually, Regents, to approve an associate in applied science and water resource technology. This is a direct result of us listening to the needs of local and state government as well, and a big win for KCTCS as well. So that'll be an interesting first out of the gate new program approval on this. If you want to move on to organizational success, and I'm moving as quickly as I can, Chair, there's just so much to share with you in this first quarter, is that we continue to make investments across the system with our IT and technology solutions needs. So thank you to Chris Howe and his team. We have now consolidated 9 separate IT help desk applications into one enterprise system across the entire state as well. We appreciate the work with PLT to get us in a position to become more consistent and uniform when necessary across our state. We think that this is a great strategic investment to make sure that there's consistency across Kentucky. And right now, our TS team is moving across all of our campuses and replacing over 1,200 network switches and routers for future investment into our KCTCS tech infrastructure as well. They're on time and they're on budget, so thank you for your team over at TS. We're going to have a big discussion about artificial intelligence, and we're so fortunate that Regent Ryan Hall has helped lead us in a work group across the system with the AI working group to help prepare us not just for instruction in the classroom, but how we're going to integrate and interface with our workforce and businesses across Kentucky as well, especially in the workforce solution sides. We've had a lot of presentations to PLT. I think we'll hear a little bit more about this today, so thank you, Regent Hall, for your leadership on this as well. Our annual Serving Up Solutions dinners is our 9th annual one. Was in Frankfurt at the Country Club, where we had legislators, as you can see on the screen, serve us food. And our donors showed up and donated $55,000 that will directly support our food pantries across our KCTCS network. So thank you to Melissa Eaton and Megan Stith for making this yet another successful fundraiser for us. And just a friendly reminder that about 48% of our students do report food insecurity at some time during their studies with us. So that's money well spent, and we appreciate our donor support on that. And we'll be sending out a save the date soon for our fall clay shoot, as well as a KCTCS Foundation fundraiser. Now, you probably saw the email, but got some great news for you. If you don't mind, put that bag down. The KCTCS license plate is finally here. And so you can go on the website today and pick out your own vanity license plate. First come, first serve. For some reason, you have to have the acronym approved by the state of Kentucky first. I don't know why, but you have to have their permission before you get a vanity license plate. But this is great. $10 of every license plate that's sold goes to our foundation. And so if you want to get something unique that reflects your personality, do that now. It is live. We actually have some students, I believe, that have already gotten their license plate. And in order for this to continue to grow, we need about 500 license plates renewed each year. In my previous role as Commissioner of Agriculture, we raised just shy of $1 million a year in license plate proceeds that helped out our causes. So let's continue to push our license plate program as well across the state. Our KCTCS annual conference is around the corner. It's in May. I want to say thank you to Regent Powers and her team for spearheading this 2-day event, which will be hosted by BCTC in Lexington. This annual conference allows us to have premier professional development for our faculty and staff. And it's kind of geared towards those that perhaps may not have that opportunity to travel to a conference. And so we want to keep building upon this momentum we have towards self-improvement and providing an annual opportunity for people to attend in person, but also a virtual option as well for KCTCS teammates to learn about updates in community colleges, updates in the law, et cetera, and get that professional development that we like to encourage every single year. As I close out my remarks, Chair Hamilton, I just want to reiterate 2 points that we're working with right now. Number one is our system strategic plan. It's been passed out, so if you want to look at this as we lead up to that presentation, we would appreciate that. A lot of time and effort has been put into this, and it's really a result of consensus building across our system as well. Secondly, as you know, we're knee-deep in Frankfurt right now with the General Assembly meeting. Again, we'll have an in-depth report on that when Chris Crumrine arrives later this afternoon. But also keep in mind, for our budget purposes, this April budget workshop We'll be sending out, I think, a poll to see which date would work best for us. And please put that on your calendar. We appreciate that. It's been a tough winter, been a tough start of the year. We had a lot of our schools either closed or working virtually. And with all that snow and all that ice across the Commonwealth of Kentucky, we only saw minimal damage to our facilities. I think it was just a handful of frozen pipes. So I also want to say a special thanks to our facility teams across KCTCS. You all have literally helped us protect what we own, keep our learning environments open for business. And as someone that gets the travel to all 16 of these, you make our campuses a welcoming environment for both our students, as well as visitors as well. And they even caught a bird that was flying around in our system office this past week, so I appreciate that. I've also had the opportunity to meet directly with our faculty senate last week and our workforce peer team. And as we continue to evaluate our future administrative structure at KCTCS, I sincerely appreciate the works of our peer groups across the system. In conclusion, we're going to hear a lot today about our strategic plan. Our chair wanted a report on the unfortunate fraudulent application issue that's happening all across the country. So we're going to be talking about that and what we're doing to address it as well. We're going to ask you to vote to save us $2 million today with refinancing some bonds that we recently discovered. So we'll have so moved, I hear that already. We'll have a presentation on that as well. Again, thank you once again to the Kentucky Fire Commission. During our breaks today, they're going to have mini demonstrations. So they'll have small breakout groups during our breaks. But upon conclusion of today's meeting, again, we'll have activities both inside and outside. So we appreciate you all sticking around for that. And thanks once again to the Fire Commission for hosting us. And lastly, it's Sweet 16 time across Kentucky. Both our girls tournament is going on as we speak. The boys tournament is next week. Regent James Lee Stevens has made it to every game dressed up as the Pathfinder Fox as our mascot. But if you'd like to join James Lee on the floor without dressing up, you have an opportunity to present the game ball. Join our presidents who are signing up. This is a great partnership with Kentucky High School Athletics Association, and it goes well beyond the basketball tournament. If you go in the RUP and see all these thousands of students, chances are, I'd say a majority of them are our students. They're taking our classes. And so the closer we can be with our athletics friends at the high school level, the better off recruitment's going to be. And so please sign up with Blair Hess if you want to pass out the game ball and join Pathfinder Fox on the court. And with that, Chair Hamilton concludes my report. Happy to answer any questions.
Very well done. Any questions? Stunning report. That's what happened here today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senior Vice President and Chief Financial Officer, Todd Kilburn, would you please provide your financial report?
Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you for making it here. I have the privilege of working with the Fire Commission frequently, and they often remind me that they have the coolest toys of anybody in the system. So I hope that you'll get to enjoy some of those toys today. We have several items to work through. We'll begin with our financial report. I'll begin by saying I think our report is strong. We're in a good position both as a system and across the system at each of our colleges and the Fire Commission. I will note that for the first 6 months, so the report runs from July 1st to December 31st of 2025, we saw reflected total operating revenues of $620 million, or about 66% of that for which we budgeted. So our revenues are above. We'd like to see that above the 50% mark. We're at 66%, which is great. And then our expenses overall were at $485,396 million, or 47% of budgeted expenses. So we're under on our expenses, over on our revenues, which continues to put us in a good and solid financial position, which then means that our net position for the first 6 months is $1,496,950. So we continue to monitor this. I want to commend the budget managers across the system who do a good job of this. We appreciate at the college level, at the department level, we have folks who are doing a great job at managing their budgets. We've seen good enrollment this year, and so we have been able to maintain a good financial position. As far as KCTCS trains is concerned and some of the details of that, I know Jesse Shook will be sharing with you. Through the first 6 months of the year, we'd approved training projects in the amount of $3,988,000, and some have already been reimbursed to the total of $2,377,000,000. And so we continue to work to try to develop trains. We have great demand for our trains programs. This is excellent. We're managing those finances well. It's one of those things that it seems like the more that we fund, the more that there's a need. And so this creates great partnerships with employers across the state. And we're pleased with the financial status of that program as well. Under the other post-employment benefits, or our OPEB trust update, we've had a great year. We continue to monitor that. It is a benefit that's paid out. It's put in a trust. As employees who were part of this plan prior to 2009, which is when the plan ended, we maintained this amount in a trust to make sure that they have health insurance in addition to their Medicare. We saw a great year as our team here with our common fund that helps manage our endowment. We did see an increase of $30 million or 11.8%. I think we would all like to see that in our own retirements, if we could see close to that. Net of fees and other things that were connected to it, it's just under 10%. So we continue to watch this, maintain this, to make sure that we have those pensions in a good spot for the employees in the KCTCS OPEB trust. So in general, that's the picture. Unless you have any questions, I can go into our statement of current funds, revenues, and expenses. Any questions? All right, so just to talk through this, since we're halfway through the year, as I said, we like to see that on the revenue side, it's 50% or higher. Sometimes there are reasons why it's not. We like to see on the expenditure side that it's below 50%. So just to call out a few areas on the revenue side where we would see we would see the numbers up above the 50%. Tuition is already at 93%. Tuition charges 93% of what we budgeted this year. So that indicates strong revenue. And we're pleased with that on the tuition side. Our state appropriations increased this year by $4.6 million, which is a combination of increases in our performance-based funding and in a couple of other things, including the state did provide us a $1 million supplement this year to pay for the forensic audit that was done last year. So there's a number of things that are in there that increase that state appropriation. On the investment income, I would also note that ordinarily, I would say, isn't it great that we're at 107% of what we budgeted for investment income this year? If you look at last year, it was 120%. I would encourage you to note that 107% is still really good. So we continue to do that. The market's been in our favor. Conditions at the moment are a little interesting, so we'll see how that goes for the last 6 months of the year. But our investment income is in a solid place. Our sales and services, which is around online course fees and other things like that, we're also seeing at 80% of our revenue. Restricted funds, which have to do with financial aid that comes in, that is then sent out to students and other pieces. We are at 52% on those restricted funds. Those are funds that come into us, but they're not necessarily for our use. They're passed along to students, other things like that, again, at 52%. So we're in a good fiscal place. Our $16 million toward the bottom there shows that we're in a good position. On the expense side, a couple of things that I might call out, particularly instruction. The number is up this year. It's still under, but that's the result of salaries and other pieces connected to salaries. On the instruction side, public service, that's a line primarily for fire commission responsibilities and projects that they do and training that they do. We're seeing that at just under the 50% as well. Institutional support is all kinds of administrative costs, including things like our technology costs. All of that falls under institutional support. We have been frugal there, and yet we continue to maintain. The one I note, 61% above what we budgeted, that's student financial aid. But again, when your enrollment increases and tuition increases, then the amount you expect to expend back to students increases as well. So that's at 61% for the year. And then we do, again, try to keep that good, strong budget reserve growing. So on our revenues and expenses, I think we're in a good position. We continue to be fiscally healthy. We have a good rating with Moody's currently, and so we are in a good place on that. Any questions before I move on to our statements of net position?
It's always me, sorry.
Okay.
So I wanted to ask, when we define student services, because I mean, it's up a little bit, and over the course as you go through every single college's student service and see how do we define that? I'm just curious.
Let me.
And you may have probably told me this before and I've forgotten, or it's been brought up. You know, I just want to make sure, like, I'm just thinking consistently across each college that it's being defined the same way by all of those CFOs.
So these are primarily professional services and those employees who are designated as student service employees. So that would be advisors, all of those pieces. That's different than instructional support, which is primarily faculty. So that's primarily what makes that up. I would say, Regent Witten, every time we go through these financial reports before the board meeting, I go back and say, okay, what's in that category again? Was even doing that this morning. So we always welcome that question, but it is primarily in the student services is primarily in professional services and the pieces that are connected to student advising, student support.
So it's not like it's defining the human capital, helping students in those like let's say student success coaches or things like that. It's not necessarily defining a like tutoring or a tutoring budget or anything like that.
It really is anything that is non-instructional, but that deals with student pieces, as opposed to, let's say, facilities people fall under an administrative
Sure.
line. That would be anything that's related to students.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions? Okay. On the statements of net position, just to show where our assets and our liabilities would lie, cash and cash equivalents, which is our unrestricted reserve, $436 million. There are some things that's set aside for, but it's not necessarily restricted. Loans, accounts, and pledges receivable, exclusive of bad debt, is at $146 million. Those are really accounts receivable that we have coming in, and our other current assets at $149 million. Our non-current assets, and some that I'll, again, just highlight, are endowment investments, $119 million in increase in the last year. Our other net other post-employment benefits has increased that's the increased value that we see in our OPEB trust. Leased assets, I know sometimes we get questions about this. This includes anything that falls under leases, and that goes from copiers to vehicles to a helicopter to any one of a number of things. Those all fall under the leased assets. And then our capital assets are all of our physical plants, property that we have, the equipment that we need. Again, we've seen that increase, but that's because we brought some new buildings on board, and so the value of those has increased in the last year. When you see deferred outflows, that has to do with the KERS and KTRS pension program. Those numbers are provided to us by the state. So these are expenditures that we will make in some future period for those programs. And when those folks retire, they will be spent in that current year, but that's what deferred outflows under pension primarily refer to. And we do have the other post-employment benefits, which has to do with the OPEB trust and the provision of insurance to those employees who are under that plan. So that's what that reflects as far as our assets are concerned. As far as our liabilities, again, a couple of things I would note: accounts payable.
We got a question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Todd, in reference to the second one, the other post-employed benefits, what is included in that? I know about the pension, but what is included in that?
So to compare the two, the first net pension liability has to do with our KERS and KTRS employees who were in the system prior to the KCTCS's formation. When KCTCS started, we created this OPEB trust for employees, which is a Medicare Advantage plan that's available to our retirees. That falls under that other post-employment benefit. So it's not technically a pension to our people, but it is a benefit that our retirees will receive in addition to their.
Okay, in reference to that, then when people become 65, they go on Medicare, correct?
Correct.
And that is, we no longer have to do anything in reference to that, right? We don't have to pay them because at 65, they're required to go on Medicare. Is that correct?
At 65, they go on Medicare, but we have an additional Medicare Advantage plan for our employees. So above and beyond what Medicare covers, this insurance plan gives them additional health insurance benefits beyond Medicare.
Is that based on their, is that a flat rate or is that based on their salaries when they retire?
It's a flat rate across the system. And we recently went out for an RFP for this in this last year to determine, to take a look at what the benefits were. We're actually able to get about the same, maybe slightly better coverage for our employees at a reduced cost.
So those are supplement plans
Yes.
that that add to Medicare, right?
Correct.
The basic plan is paid by Medicare, but we provide additional for plus plans, right? Like Advantage, Humana,
Yes.
or United Health Advantage plans, right?
Correct. Correct.
All right.
That's what that line represents.
Point of clarification, Bridget, VP of HR.
Yeah.
And she's coming to the microphone. Also, a point of clarification that eligibility for this closed in 2014. So this is those who were employed during that period prior to 2014.
So just a couple of points of clarification. So it's actually 2009, Dr. Quarles, sorry.
Thank you.
So 2009 is when the post-retirement health insurance for all new hires, you had to be hired by July 1st of 2009 to be eligible to be in the OPEB trust to have health insurance benefits when you retire. It's not just people who are Medicare eligible that fall underneath of that. So if you retire from us and you are not 65, you still have those post-retirement health insurance benefits. And that trust is where that is covering that for them as well. So it's both 65 and over and those who are younger than that.
I understand that, but what about those that are in Kentucky teacher retirement? Is that it's once they reach 65, are they still get additional supplements?
So theirs is strictly out of their retirement plan. So the OPEB trust does not have anything to do with KTRS or KERS retirees.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you, Bridget. Question? Okay, and then under our liabilities, again, a few things I might highlight. Accounts payable, accrued expenses. The one I guess I might note is under compensated absences current. In this last year, there were some GASB requirements that we have to take time that employees have not spent on vacation or sick time, and we have to set that aside so that we have that amount put to the side for that in the unlikely event that every employee in the same year decides to take all their accrued vacation and all their accrued sick time. We hope that never happens because aside from a financial perspective, there's probably something else going on at that point. But because of the accounting standards, we were required to put that aside in a separate designation moving forward. And so that line is there just to indicate it's something relatively new. But I would just highlight that as that those funds are set aside there. Unearned revenue has to do, which sounds like an odd thing for us, but it's really it's often prepaid tuition or prepaid revenue before it's actually been billed. A student may want to choose to pay for an entire year. Unearned revenue lives in that particular category. Under non-current liabilities, these would be leases payable, for example. You'll see that that's decreased, but those are leases for things where we know we have a financial commitment a year or two into the future. They're not in this current year. And so the leases payable is for those kinds of things that move forward. We also see compensated absences non-current. So in the first section, those are the things that we budget for in the current year. Under non-current liabilities, those are for future years as our estimates go. Our net pension liability, this speaks again to the KERS and KTRS system. We do have a separate line for that where we pay for pensions for those employees that are in that system. And again, that's a non-current liability. And our deferred inflows, those are some pension things, again, related to KERS and KTRS that we pay for, and our deferred inflows related to our other post-employment benefits. So again, our net position is in a strong place. Again, our net investment in capital is primarily new capital projects, and we've seen some good things happen along those lines. So our total net position, again, is in a good place at this point. So when you include all of our assets, all of our liabilities, we're still well in the black.
Todd, I have another question, maybe for you or Dr. Qualls. What about the student debt collection? That amount is it, I know you said one time if it was ruled against us, we were in deep trouble is what I'm saying.
Well, the latest update is that there's a piece of legislation working its through General Assembly right now that would allow the Department of Revenue to continue what they used to do, would be the primary collector of debt. Right now, our colleges are using private debt collectors through contract.
Yes.
To receive this. And Todd, at the risk of being inaccurate again this morning, 20 plus million.
Yes.
I think more so towards 25, 28 for total bad debt.
And I would add that as part of our engagement with our internal auditors this year, we have a section that's consulting rather than just testing what we do, where we've asked them for counsel on a couple of things. They have just recently given us a report on debt collection and how we can perhaps be more efficient in that, creating some central repositories for information, consistent letters, consistent timing, what possible things we can do. We're in the process of reviewing that currently and determining what we would do with that, both if the Department of Revenue doesn't continue and what we would do in the event that the Department of Revenue does continue. We've had that conversation with our business officers just last week and trying to figure out what can we do consistently across KCTCS as a system to think through the issue of debt collection together and try to resolve that. And one other comment I would make on the financial report is, if you dig into each of the 16 colleges and the Fire Commission and the system as a whole, everybody's in the black. We're in a good financial position across the system. Each of our colleges are doing a great job at managing their budgets. And again, I would commend the people across our system. We have a lot of people who work in the finance area, and they're doing a great job. Any other questions on the financial report?
Thank you. Anything additional? Appreciate it. Great report. The KCTC Audit Committee met in February. Audit Committee Chair Cox, could you please provide a brief update on that meeting?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. It's very appropriate that we're where we are today. I think that folks here that work in firefighting will tell you the best way to fight a fire is to prevent a fire. And that's exactly how we view our culture of audit at KCTC, that the best way to prevent fires or the best way to fight fires is not to have fires. And our audit committee has done a great job of coming through over the last few years at really changing the culture around audits. I think Todd would tell you that we're at a place now where we welcome examination as opposed to seeing it as something punitive, and that we look at it as a great opportunity to learn. And I think the results of the internal audit that we discussed at this meeting on the 18th reflect that. The other thing that makes me feel really at home here, by the way, though, is that there's 13 coolers that are up on those rafters, which looks exactly like my garage at home. I know that everybody has those coolers there, but if you would look at in your onboard, you'll see on page 39, it might have updated to a different page, but in the internal audit, what you'll find is that Dean Dorton Ford gave us an overall audit rating for this quarter of sufficient. And you can see that when the gradients are deficient, marginal, needs improvement, sufficient, and exceptional, we're extremely pleased to be sufficient and obviously have exceptional as our goal. More pleasing to me as an audit committee member is the fact that the things that are now being cited here are things that we can all put our heads on pillows and sleep very well over. Anytime that we're talking about an audit finding being an asset issue, not being disposed of properly, I think we've hit a sweet spot. But I think that as you can see here, that's a big part of where we're trying to go, is to get to a place where we are the gold standard. And Todd and the presidents and the staff, you're the ones who are making this happen. So we certainly appreciate it. The audit committee continues to push hard to make certain that we are considering the things that need to be considered and providing the support that Todd and others need in order to run the kind of operation that we all want to have there. So good news on the internal audit side. I'm going to turn it back to you, Todd, to talk a little bit about the forensic audit.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the forensic audit, as you know, was provided, a report provided to the board in December of 2024. KPMG had 10 areas that they suggested. We added an additional area, which we plan to discuss with you at the April workshop. But we wanted to talk to you through these various areas and indicate the progress that we've made on the forensic audit. So the first one is account 10,001, which this is an account, it's a pass-through account. Some of you may have heard me talk about this, but we have a lot of funds that come into the system, perhaps for a college, that immediately go back out. And so the recommendation of KPMG was you have a lot of transactions that come in and go out. Perhaps you should think about breaking those up into a couple of different accounts. As we reviewed that internally, we felt that the other note that they made is they went back for 20 years on this account, and it balanced to the penny every year for those 20 years. And so we really looked at it as, if we now have to balance 3 different large accounts rather than 1 large account, which we've been doing well. We had a task force made up of some people from the system office, people from the colleges, to try to determine what the thoughts were around that. I've accepted that recommendation, passed on to Dr. Quarles, who has accepted the recommendation that we continue to work with it as is. We're afraid that any change to that would make it more complex. I do now, however, get a quarterly statement of all the transactions that go through. And so we check to make sure that that's balancing so that we're not dealing with all those transactions at the end of the year. If there's an issue, we're dealing with it quarterly. The second quarter report that I received had over 27,000 transactions that went through it, all of which balanced to the penny. So we're tracking it, we're maintaining it, we're trying to make sure we don't keep adding things to it or add needless accounts to it. But that one we consider that completed. We've taken a good look at it and feel that it's in the best interest, and it allows us the best control over it to keep all of those transactions in one place. The second item, which we would now note as completed, is affiliated foundations. There were recommendations around making sure that we had the right processes in place, policies and procedures, some of which you will hear about today, disbursement documents, et cetera. Dr. Stith and her team have done a great job in working through this. And if we can go to the next slide here, you'll notice when we first started this chart had lots of red or pink in it, depending on where you are. You'll see there's none there now. This documentation is a constant process, so it's never that it's always going to all be completed. It'll happen, year after year, but you'll note that we now have all the right things on file. Some of those things that are on file now have to be updated and are in the process. But all of the recommendations from the forensic auditors around this have been taken on, addressed, and we now have a process for managing it and making sure that it gets done properly. So thanks to Dr. Stith and her team on that. Employee compensation, this item we would also now note as completed. There is a new executive contract template which will be implemented on July 1st, and an electronic signature process to deal with the procedures around executive compensation. The market salary review was completed in January, and we're continuing to look at that as part of the overall KCTCS compensation plan. And then policies and procedures are drafted and moving through the KCTCS policy review and approval process. So the recommendations that the auditors made was to clearly document this. We've done that. We're in the middle of putting those policies and procedures in place, but we've completed the expectation to examine those things and start putting those processes in place. Under FERPA compliance, again, we would note this as completed. The registrars across the system worked with folks in our Office of General Counsel to develop a policy. That policy has been written, reviewed, and supported by the KCTCS registrars. That policy is going to be reviewed by the President's leadership team and then the KCTCS president. It will be communicated. There's a plan to communicate that as soon as that policy is finalized. So again, we would indicate that this what we were expected to do is completed. The plan for communication is there because the policy is now in the process of moving through the system. Under financials, this was an area that we would now note as completed. This has to do with policies and procedures, and we have been taking a hard look at our financial policies and procedures. We have a lot of policies that are actually procedures. As a matter of fact, one of our financial policies said, this is the policy on this particular topic. Here's the procedure for how you do it. Well, that's a procedure. What we've really spent time working on is how do we create policies that last, that don't need to be changed, and build procedures in so that when times change or federal law changes, we can adjust the procedure as to how it's done, but the policy stays in place. So we took a hard look at our financial procedures to make sure, are they compliant with statute? Do we feel that they're all right? And the answer is yes. There were just a lot of policies that are really about here's how you do what you do, not about what we should be doing. And so we're moving those into procedures. We still have a couple of those to go. We're working through the policies around this, but we want to make sure that our policies they very rarely need to be waived. If a policy needs to be waived, a lot of times it's not really a policy. It just then becomes a procedure. Now the procedures, so for example, if it's a travel policy, We don't want to have to change the policy every time the mileage rate changes, for example. We would like to build a policy around here's what we reimburse, and then those procedures can change when the mileage rate changes without it having to go through the full review of everything through the president's leadership team to the president. We can just make those changes quickly and nimbly to be able to address the needs of our employees. So we would note that the financials piece has been completed as part of the review of the forensic audit. Higher ed innovation, this one we would note was completed in November of 25. Process for procurement are clearly established. Expectations and documentation are clear. Training has begun. We've stood up a website. At the audit committee meeting, I was asked to provide you a link to that website. It's not just complete yet. We found some of the videos weren't showing up well once that was done, and so they're recreating the videos and putting them up. We'll get that link out to you as soon as that's done. But we're trying to provide consistent training and quarterly training to our employees to make sure that our procurement policies and procedures are being followed. But our team has worked really thoroughly on this to make sure that we're up to date. The next item on the forensic audit was marketing and PR. I always say they get the gold star because they finished theirs first. That was done last spring. And so all of the reviews have been done. Marketing has established them, and that's working well. Personnel and unit investigation. This had to do with policies to address some training gaps, some other pieces, detailed analysis of health insurance providers. That RFP that we did for our Medicare Advantage plan that we talked about earlier was part of this, following up on this particular audit. Formal review of pay, and we've implemented the review of compensation and formal pre-hire and onboarding process. That is something that we have determined that, yes, that's necessary. We're working with Dean Dorton to give us some best suggestions on onboarding review and best practices for consideration. But we did take this seriously, and we want to make sure that we're doing a good job with our employees, not just in their orientation day, but in their onboarding process, making sure that employees know the tools that they need to have and support them in making sure they have the correct training to do their jobs well. The next item was pro cards. We do have a good number of pro cards across the system, but we've taken a look at what the procedures are for implementation of those things. We've built some policies around that to make sure that we're getting the right documentation each time. That when an employee, there's often one person in an area that has a pro card. When that employee checks it out, both the person who holds the pro card and the employees who take that pro card to go use it understand the parameters of that. There's a sign in and sign out procedure that we've implemented to try to make sure that those pro cards are managed well. We try to keep that as on a limited scope for our pro cards, but we have implemented the plan from a purchase to the transaction to make sure that we're first doing all the right auditing pieces, and secondly, making sure payments get processed quickly and appropriately. The next one was voluntary separation agreements. A template has been created, shared with the HR peer team who's working through it, and they understand what they're doing and instructed how to do it. General counsel will now be consulted anytime a voluntary separation agreement is used. The decision was made not to create a policy and procedure that's hard and fast because those situations need to be analyzed on a case-by-case basis. That was a conversation between general counsel and Dr. Quarles' office, and the recommendation is that we would move in that direction and deal with those as they come. So the standardization and payouts, that is the one piece that while the auditors recommended that, general counsel felt that might not meet every situation. And so we're allowing for some flexibility there.
Todd, I have a question in reference, or maybe Bridget can answer it. Is there amount, I know the president makes a decision, but if somebody is removed without cause, is there amount that that you come up with is that maybe the KCTCS president has to inform the chairman of the executive committee that this person is being dismissed, and the payout is, I'm gonna be extreme, like $225,000.
I'm going to turn that over to someone who can answer that question better than I. Hi, Bridget.
So is there specifically? No. The colleges have the authority to go up to 6 months in the event that that was necessary, but they still are consulting with the general counsel's office and with my office before that happens. And the general counsel's office and I are always letting Dr. Quarles know. So, but in that particular example, I would say absolutely, yes, that would be made aware, and Dr. Quarles would talk to the chair of the board about that. But it's nothing hard and fast in policy about that.
I know some of them in the past have been, for ever what reasons, no longer employed, and they get a year or 2 years of salary or something like that. And my concern is that's a call for the president of KCTCS, but I think before final action should be taken, the executive board or even the entire board should be informed about this, because this is money that an extra expense that we did not anticipate. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Other questions on that? And then the last one.
Just 1 second.
sure.
Todd. So, thank you, Regent Stevens. So, point well taken. We appreciate that. And that's one of the things that why the forensic audit cited this for us to put some guidelines together. And so we appreciate your input on this as we develop that.
And the last item is the carry forward. What the carry forward is and how we intend to use it, because we're seeing some of the changes in our budget this year. We'd like to have that discussion with you as part of the overall April meeting and think about how we think about our finances and our budget moving forward. This was not part of the forensic audit. It was not something that they looked into. We had hoped that they would, they didn't. And so we've made the commitment to take that on. We want to be transparent about what that is, but we want to make sure that we have every bit of the right data and every bit of recommendation as to how we think about that to you for the meeting in April, and we can discuss it further at that time. So that concludes the forensic audit presentation, and unless there are objections from the board, that concludes the forensic audit, which we're having. The administrative services team we're celebrating a little late. We're having Pie Day next Tuesday, where everybody's bringing in a pie, and assuming that we have your thumbs up, we're going to celebrate, because a lot of work went in by a lot of people. And I can't thank the literally dozens, maybe hundreds of people that put in time and effort to take the forensic audit seriously, to address it, to make us better, and to move us forward as a system.
Enjoy your pie.
Okay, thank you. If any of you would like to come, let me know.
Todd, will you please present on the KCTCS required reserves? Does anyone have feedback or questions?
Let me just talk through again with you. We did this last year, and I want to talk through with you the reserve and why this is. We do have a system reserve. Each of the colleges is expected to have its own reserve, which we determined a little over a year ago that 3% was a pretty minimal amount for our colleges. The 3% reserve is part of an individual college's fund balance that they can use. They use it to help support buildings, other projects, things that they may want to do. But we try to ask each of our colleges to keep some money aside in case of a severe emergency. And we have said we wanted to move eventually to where each college would hold 5% in reserve. In the event of an emergency or something extreme, they could go to Dr. Quarles and ask for release of that. But in essence, if in their fund balance, they could spend If it were at 5%, they could spend 95% of their fund balance as they choose. The last bit is we want to just make sure that we keep some aside for the purpose of emergency. So to move from that 3% where it was just over a year ago to the 5% where we would like to get, we had proposed that we would provide a 0.25% increase over 8 years to try to get us to that place. Last year, we moved the required reserve from 3% to 3.25%. Today, we're coming to you to ask you to set that reserve amount at 3.5%, an increase of a 0.25%. Again, it stays at the college. It doesn't come to the system office. It's there for, last minute, the dead last emergency, and could be released upon approval by the KCTCS president.
And just additional context on this, our presidents and their business officers have been planning for this. This gets us on a path towards NACUBO standards. And as our physical health continues to improve, this allows us to prepare for whatever's next when it comes to our budget.
Mm-hmm. So we are requesting that the Board of Regents approve the 3.5% budget reserve of state appropriation and tuition and fees, system-wide contracts for fiscal year 26-27. That's a request from us.
Todd, question really quick. So just actually a point of clarification. You're still not asking the colleges to go over 5%. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, just making
Yes.
sure. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Is there a second?
I have a motion by Regent Stevens and a second by Regent Whitten. Chair Hamilton,
Yes.
Vice Chair Stevens,
Yes.
Secretary Whitten,
Yes.
Regent Cox,
Yes.
Regent Fulton,
Yes.
Regent Givens,
Yes.
Regent Hall,
Yes.
Regent Horn, Regent Hunt,
Yes.
Regent Martin,
Yes.
Regent McGraw,
Yes.
Regent Powers,
Yes.
Regent Rabinowitz,
Yes.
Regent Sutherland.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Todd, would you please give us a budget update?
I think we have a tuition setting first. So this is an update for the board to prepare you both for the April conversation and a vote in June. We try to give you a sense of what we will be asking around increases on tuition. Last year, our tuition is set through the Council for Post-Secondary Education, or CPE. They provide a 2-year amount above which we cannot go. Last year, it was $9 for the next 2 years, $6 per credit hour last year was voted on by the board, which leaves $3 per credit hour as an increase for the coming budget year. We will be, as a point of awareness, we will be coming to you to ask for that 3%. I think because we're so uncertain about so many revenue pieces and there's so many increased expense issues, while we want to try to keep tuition as low as we possibly can for our students in order to not have really seriously negative impacts on our colleges, we're going to be requesting an additional $3 per credit hour increase at the June meeting. We can talk about it more extensively at the budget workshop in April, but we did want to put this on the record as part of the formal board meeting in March.
Todd, do you please give us the budget update?
Okay. So on the budget scenarios, just to try to give you a picture and to get you thinking before we get to that April workshop, the challenges that we're facing right now are coming from a multitude of different vectors. And so we're trying to evaluate them and determine how do we actually create a budget that makes sense, that supports our employees without having negative effects to our colleges. And I just to give you a sense of where things are, on the revenue side, we still don't know what state appropriation will be. And while we don't know how it will all shake out, the initial House Bill 500 around appropriation indicates a 4% cut in the first year of the biennium and a 3% further cut in the second year of the biennium. So those numbers for us have serious impact as to how we think about it. There are also some things that we will not receive. We've received an inflation adjustment that's not built into that base, and so we would not receive that in the next biennium. And so as we start looking at how our revenue is impacted by House Bill 500, we know there are a lot of days yet to go, but we're not in a place where we can present something to you around budget scenarios that has any stability to it. I wish I had a crystal ball. As Chris Crumrine and I said, our magic 8 ball isn't quite working well enough to be able to use to put a budget together. So that's one piece that's fairly significant as we start thinking about our budget scenarios. The second piece is tuition. We'll be voting on that, but that's a piece that we're thinking about on the revenue side, and we're trying to do what we can control related to that. On the expense side, as we mentioned in our last board meeting, we had, I believe it was 18.6% increase in our health insurance this year. What that means is we build in our salaries, we build in a fringe amount. And that fringe amount ultimately, to cover that 18%, makes a 4% increase on the fringe amount. So that's an additional cost. Even if everything stays level, that's an additional 4% on each employee that our colleges are going to have to figure out how to address. And there are other examples of some fixed costs, such as utilities. Some of you are seeing increases in your electric bills. We're facing that too. And so we're taking a look at our utilities and trying to figure out what that looks like. So that's another piece that we're trying to build into this budget scenario. And then employee compensation, as Bridget is finishing up the work around what we've done in evaluating where our employees stand as we start thinking about what we put together for compensation. It feels way too premature to be able to say we want to recommend something at this point. I think we need to take a good hard look at where our revenue stands, what we think we can afford, work together both internally at the system office and then with our college presidents to try to determine what a legitimate recommendation would look like. We want to try to understand to the best of our ability all these various pieces. And so normally we would come to you and say, here's what we're thinking, here's what we're looking at. Right now, it's just so fluid that it's part of why we've asked to do an April meeting so we can talk through some of those things to be able to vote on in June. But I did want to let you know the rationale for that. It's not that we're dragging our feet. It's just there's so much at this point we don't know. And so we're working hard to try to figure that out. Questions? Yes.
So the 8 million mentioned here, is
Mhm.
that an estimate or was that from last year? Because I would think we would want to anticipate more.
The 8 million was the estimate of what the cost across the system for the insurance increase was
For
For-
this,
for the
year.
full year. Yes,
so going forward, it could be even more.
correct. And one of our challenges, thank you, Regent Powers, and one of our challenges with that is we find out usually just before open enrollment, which happens in October, we find out just before that what the increase is going to be when our budgets are already set. And so that increase takes place in January, and we have to then adjust and evaluate our budgets to try to cover us for the rest of that fiscal year and going into the fiscal year. So as we go in, we're trying to accommodate for that, also understanding that next year there could be another additional insurance increase.
Just a little more context on that. So I've challenged our VP for HR to explore what other options are out there. It very well could come back that the state plan is the best. So we are doing our due diligence on our end to explore other options, but this is something that the state of Kentucky is absorbing as well. And so for this past year, as you recall, we made the decision to absorb that cost as we better understand the landscape of increased health insurance costs, and also keep in mind that the tuition increase over the past year is equivalent, if not does not cover what the increase of health insurance was. And so you add that into tornado and fire insurance rate increases or decreases this next year, but also the inflationary adjustment. It's still just too early to know, but we do know that the cost of everything's going up right now. So again, in April, we'll have a better understanding of where we stand.
Quick question. Just again, all of the colleges have been asked to budget that 3% though. Is that correct?
We've asked each college to provide a scenario with a 3% increase so that they can be preparing for that. And we understand what the impact is
Sure.
of that across the system.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Andy, will you please present the capital construction project? Does anyone have any feedback or questions?
Good morning. I have two action items for you guys. The first one is at Jefferson Community College. It's connected to the Hartford Tower Phase 2 project, but it was actually something that you approved as a $5 million utility project in the budget that would start July 1st. We're ahead of schedule on the design of Hartford, so we need to go ahead and do this utility project in advance. So we're ahead of schedule and we're at half the budget is what we need to ask for. So what we're asking for is 2.2 million instead of the 5 million to move forward right now as an interim project to go ahead and get the utility work done. This utility work moves transformers and other electrical devices from under the tower over to its new location so that the tower demolition can start early as well. So because we're ahead of schedule and under budget, we'd like to get this approved to move forward.
So move.
Second.
I have a motion by Regent Stevens and a second by Regent Hall. Chair Hamilton,
Yes.
Vice Chair Stevens,
Yes.
Secretary Witten,
Yes.
Regent Cox,
Yes.
Regent Fulton,
Yes.
Regent Givens,
Yes.
Regent Hall,
Yes.
Regent Horn, Regent Hunt,
Yes.
Regent Martin, Regent McGraw,
Yes.
Regent Powers,
Yes.
Regent Rabinowitz,
Yes.
Regent Sutherland.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. The second action item isn't quite as pleasant to bring to you. For the Fire Commission at their facility there near Wendell Ford, we are building a maintenance building there. The project was originally funded for 2 million, make sure I get this right, $2 million. It's in design, it's ready to go out for bid now. One thing that occurred is they've discovered subsurface conditions. The soil, this is an old abandoned mine land that we're building on. We knew it had some subsurface problems, but the place where this needs to go is actually worse. So we have some additional expenses that we're expecting to see in the bid based on that. The second part of this is while we were designing this, the tower, practice tower that they used that was funded a few years ago was completed, and they've determined they need some showers and restroom facilities adjacent to the tower that is right now too remote from that tower for the purposes they need. So we've increased the size of the building to take care of that. So the two things together, both the subsurface conditions and some additional square footage to the building, puts us to need $1.2 million addition. The Fire Commission has the funds available. As I said, this building hasn't bid yet. It will bid once you've approved. We can't go out for bid until you've approved, if you're going to approve this. If we bid it and it comes in under budget, which is what we're actually seeing in a lot of projects right now. We actually had a project bid yesterday, $1 million under our estimate. So if we're lucky and that happens, then I won't need all this 1.2 million, but we need to get your authorization before.
Question?
Yes, sir.
Chair Stevens?
The microphone.
Explain the subsurface issue.
Is there a motion to approve the Fire Commission Construction Fire Academy Maintenance Building Capital Project increase in the amount of
We have a
1.2?
question, sir.
Is there another question?
Yes.
I have a question. Yeah.
Go.
Sorry about that. Anyway, this subsurface issue is that, are we talking about, is this strip mine or is it deep mine?
It's a strip mine.
Strip mine.
It's a strip mine, and it was, we knew we had a problem. We had that problem when we built the original classroom building that's there. And we built that part into the budget, but this maintenance building has to be between that classroom building and the practice tower for purposes of what they're doing there. And that piece of the site is even worse than what we expected with what surface. So this is actually structural. We're changing the structural so the building basically floats
Right.
on this. So that's the structural issue is that.
Yeah, that, they had a big issue in Madisonville on the technical school there
Yes, sir.
15 years ago. And it was, I think it, because it built on top of a deep mine.
Yeah. And it doesn't matter how many borings you take, 2 feet over from where you took the boring is where the
Sure.
problem is, right?
Yeah. I was worth asking a question.
There's also an increase in square footage, so it's doing more than one thing here.
Is there a motion?
So move.
Second.
I have a motion by Regent Stevens and a second by Regent Witten. Chair Hamilton,
Yes.
Vice Chair Stevens,
Yes.
Secretary Witten,
Yes.
Regent Cox,
Yes.
Regent Fulton,
Yes.
Regent Givens,
Yes.
Regent Hall,
Yes.
Regent Horn, Regent Hunt,
Yes.
Regent Martin, Regent McGraw,
Yes.
Regent Powers,
Yes.
Regent Rabinowitz,
Yes.
Regent Sutherland.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
All righty, we're going to take a break. 45 minutes.
If you don't mind, we may have some mini demonstrations, so come back at 10:45. Is that okay? All right.
We need to ratify the personnel actions. Bridget, could you please present this item?
Good morning. Thank you. So you are looking at personnel actions for the period of November the 1st through January 31st of 2026. Just to give you a little bit of the summary that's in your board materials. So the number of full-time employees, full-time regular employees across the system was at 3,945. We saw 22 retirements, which is common for us. Typically, we see the highest retirements January 1 and June 30. So we had 73 resignations, 27 of those were faculty, 46 were staff, and right now at that point, there were 115 vacancies across the system of positions that have not been filled. 26 of those were faculty and 89 staff positions across the system. Happy to report for the first time in a long time, there were not any deaths during this period, so we're happy to hear that. Regent Witten, I'm just going to go ahead and right at you. So in terms of the exit interview data that goes along with some of the numbers that you're seeing in your board materials, so there were only 43 respondents to the exit interview that was sent out during this period of time. 2/3 of those individuals have 4 or less years of service. So when we talk about that onboarding that Todd Kilburn talked about earlier and us working with Dean Dorton, and the HR peer team actually met last week as well, and we were talking about strategic planning for the upcoming years for us. And that was one of the things that we discussed in detail that we're going to be taking a harder look at is the onboarding of new employees. Factors contributing to people leaving, again, no surprises. Better opportunity was the highest rated, and underneath of that was salary, career development, and remote work opportunities. Compensation and benefits, always right there with better opportunities. Lack of recognition was a new one that surfaced this period. Half of the respondents were actually leaving the public sector and higher education altogether. So where they had other opportunities, half of them were getting out of higher education in the public sector. But 76% of our respondents, which was pretty much exactly the same as last year's report, still would recommend KCTCS to others as a place of employment, and 70% would consider reemployment with KCTCS.
Phoebe Cantor, I'm just curious, though, one of the things that you're seeing this pattern now, right, that you've said. So what about like the climates? Like, are we welcoming enough? Are we prepared? I mean, no offense, but I remember when I first started and it was like sink or swim, sister, right? I mean, so are we doing a really good job within our HR departments and our campus community, almost like a climate committee to welcome those new employees and make them see the value and have that value?
So what you're going to see, Regent, and it's going to vary across the system, right? So every college, every location has things that are very specific to them because the culture at Maysville, for example, is very different than it might be at West Kentucky and Paducah. So everybody has stuff that's tailored to them. Part of what Dean Dorton is going to do for us is, so we're going to take all of the new employees from the past 2 years, and there's a survey that they have developed along with us that's going to go out to those new employees for us to at least get a better understanding and idea of what are they thinking was lacking as they were being brought on board. And that will give us a good jumping off point to really be able to kind of things that we can do system-wide that we know system-wide are consistent, that we can make sure that we talk about those things with new employees as well and training.
That's great. I applaud that. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a motion to ratify the personnel actions from November 1st, 2025 through January 31st, 2026?
So move.
Motion. Oh, sorry.
Is there a second?
All right, I have a motion by Regent Witten and a second by Regent Powers. Chair Hamilton,
Yes.
Vice Chair Stevens,
Yes.
Secretary Witten,
Yes.
Regent Cox,
Yes.
Regent Fulton,
Yes.
Regent Givens,
Yes.
Regent Hall,
Yes.
Regent Horn, Regent Hunt,
Yes.
Regent Martin,
Yes.
Regent McGraw,
Yes.
Regent Powers,
Yes.
Regent Rabinowitz,
Yes.
Regent Sutherland.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Shannon, will you please provide the proposed 2027 Board of Regents meeting dates?
It seems crazy. We're already talking about 2027, but here we are. And on the screen, you will see that we are proposing March 11th, 2027, June 10th and 11th, 2027, September 9th and 10th, 2027, and December 2nd, 2027 for the KCTCS quarterly meeting dates. Thank you.
Dr. Neal, will you please present the KCTCS strategic plan for 2026 through 2030?
Good morning, everybody. I'm glad to be with you here today to lay out what we have been talking about for over a year now, and that is what I would consider to be the plan of the people. This is our strategic plan that we're delivering to you. We have it on your tables in hard copy. We also have it uploaded to Onboard, the digital version of this. This has been more than a year in the making. And I want to thank the board. I want to thank Dr. Quarles and the President's leadership team and all the faculty, staff, and students across the system, many of whom contributed to ideas to this strategic plan or validated the language that you all came up with. We also had external constituent groups that provided input along the way. We really wanted as much input along this journey as we possibly could, because this lays out the future. Now I'm going to go back and give you a quick bit of history. We presented to you all approximately a year ago a timeline, a similar timeline we used 4 years ago when we created the current strategic plan that we're finishing up this semester, to try to stay in line with what we've done in the past, with the goal of today bringing to you a strategic plan for your approval that will carry us forward for the next 4 years. Historically, we have had either 4 or 6 year plans where the plan itself becomes our North Star for a period of years. And from that plan, each college develops its own version that's in alignment with that plan. We have some performance metrics that we all live by in this plan and try to achieve the goals that we lay out in this plan. But we have been marching forward towards this date to present this to you. And I'm going to go over a few components of this thing in just a moment. But I am pleased that we are at the point that we're at today. We deliver for your vote. What we also have is a companion plan that we call our action plan. That's our internal operating plan, where this is our higher level, like I said, North Star type of language that the board votes on. It's our internal and external facing document. Our action plan will get down more granular into our system-wide initiatives or actions or strategies, depending on which phrase you want to use, that Dr. Quarles will approve after a recommendation from PLT later this month or early next month. That will get down into our day-to-day operational plans that we commit to completing together. So if you approve this today, then it will go into place come July 1. Now, the reason why we're launching this out to the year 2030 or creating this plan out to the year 2030, that date has been in place for higher ed across the country for a number of years, thinking about how do we become a more productive workforce as a nation. And then many states have adopted that as well, that by the year 2030, we hope to have a certain percentage of our populace having a post-secondary ed credential of value, whether it's a short-term certificate, an associate's degree, bachelor's, or graduate degree. For Kentucky, we felt like by the year 2030, if we could get 60% or more of our populace, of our working aged adults, to have a post-secondary ed credential of value, that would help Kentucky remain competitive in the country and world. We're excited about that. We're right on target as a system of higher education that includes our universities as well. So we'll be walking you through this plan in just a moment. This is a chart that you saw back in December. There's been only one objective that we wordsmithed just a little bit. You had no recommendations for changes, but we wordsmithed that one just to make it a little bit more dialed in. In your plan, you will see the components of a fairly traditional plan, but this is not a traditional plan in its totality. And I want to highlight three things that we have done a little bit differently. When I say the traditional components, it's what you see on the board: a vision statement, a mission statement, goals, objectives. I'll show you performance measures here in a minute that you did not see back in December. But what we tried to do with this strategic plan, there's so many good things going on in KCTCS, and we anticipate even more in the future, that historically in higher education, we build plans in our own language, education speak, if you will. We get very technical in our metrics and definitions, and some of us internally understand all of that, but to the external world, they don't speak our language all the time. And so we wanted this to be readable. We wanted the public, those throughout our organization and outside our organization, to be able to read this in a way that can really resonate, that allows them to be part of our journey, understand our journey, and be champions of our journey. So from a readability standpoint, we actually put something in here that's a little different than in the past, and we took the strategic plan components you see on the screen and told the story of this plan, in addition to highlighting later in the plan these components. So you will see the KCTCS story as well. So I encourage you to read through that, and I encourage those externally looking in to read that story as well. We also wanted to give people the perspective of how to make sense of our plan, particularly our outcomes. Again, sometimes we use our own technical definitions when we're talking about measures and outcomes, and I'll give you an example. One of the metrics that we have in this plan is graduation rate. It's something we're all very proud of, trying to improve our graduation rate. But as Dr. Quarles celebrated earlier today, a 51% graduation rate is the highest in our history. For somebody outside of our education world, what does that mean? Do you have any perspective of laying that up against other people's graduation rates? Is that a good graduation rate? Is that not a good graduation rate? So we wanted to be able to tell that story, that outcome, in a perspective or with a perspective that the reader can understand. That's a good, that's not a good. And so we're starting to, we in this plan, we are laying out outcomes and expectations that
put that into perspective. So for example, in higher ed, we typically talk about an iPad's 150% graduation rate. If you're outside higher ed, that makes no sense to anybody, right? But that's where the 51% comes from. If you hear 51%, does that resonate with you if you don't understand the perspective of whether that's good or bad? So what we were trying to do in this example is put that in perspective in that, well, how does our graduation rate rank nationally? So if we say we're 4th or 5th in the nation, that gives some perspective to our graduation rate, and people intuitively understand, wow, you're top 5 in the nation when you used to be bottom 5 in the nation just a handful of years ago. So good things are happening. We want them to be able to understand it in that way. And then the last thing that I'll mention is bold outcomes. Well, let me go through a couple of slides real fast. So as we talk about our measures of success, we're wording these again with the public eye in mind, not necessarily the technical higher ed. So the number of individuals educated, you heard Dr. Quarles talk earlier that you typically hear about, and the world typically hears about, our academic enrollment. But what about our non-credit enrollment through, you're sitting in a training center that trains more than 10,000, I think it's actually over 15,000 if I remember right, Bruce, firefighters across the state of Kentucky. Because most of that's in the non-credit world, you don't hear about that in the official enrollment reports. We want to capture all of our Kentuckians and friends from outside the state of Kentucky that come to Kentucky for education and training. Graduation rate, where does our graduation rate rank amongst the 50 states? And I won't go through every single one of these, but I will point out one on each one, like 2.1. What percentage of our graduates go to work in Kentucky companies? And how does that stand up against other higher ed entities? We were created as a workforce engine in the state of Kentucky. The ultimate goal is that our graduates go out and work in Kentucky companies. Now, we know that some go over the border depending on where they live, and we were able to track many of those as well. But we want to highlight that on the graduates, the percentage that of our graduates who go to work in Kentucky companies, and then lay that up against the public universities, the research institutions, the private colleges, so that the world can see the work that we're doing and the impact it has on the Commonwealth. And then just to the last comment, when Bridget was up here about employee retention and onboarding, we want to become a national model. We're going to measure employee retention, but we want to lay that out in a perspective of how does that stack up in the world of higher education? How does that stack up to other benchmark organizations? So the last component of this that I want to highlight, it really is reflected on the last page, the back page of this document, is we were challenged by you all, by Dr. Quarles, and by the legislature to think bold, get outside of the traditional way of thinking of reaching for something beyond what you normally reach for. So for example, when we have metrics, and I'll go back to the graduation rate because it's a fairly straightforward one to understand, historically we might have said, if this year's graduation rate is 51%, next year we want to try to increase that by 1% or 2%. The year after that, another 1% or 2%. Okay, that's good, but again, it doesn't give you the perspective. Our bold vision for the future, as you can see on these 7 items, is about setting a new benchmark, and not necessarily setting the benchmark, but becoming the benchmark. We want to be number 1 in the state on a few of these items. We want to be number 1 in the country on a few of these items. We want to be a national role model for employee retention, and where we are proud, and people are proud to become employees of KCTCS and want to stay, and they want to grow their careers here. So I share that with you to say these are bold, expected outcomes. We're proud of this work. I want to thank everybody for the literally thousands of people who put input into this document. And I know that we have gone back and forth on this so many times. I think some of the presidents twitch every time I bring up the phrase strategic plan, but it is something to be proud of. I submit this to you, Chairman, for the board to consider approving today, and thank you for your guidance on this.
If you don't mind, Mr. Chair, just want to say a special thank you to our Provost and Executive Vice President, Phil Neal, his team. This strategic plan represents high consensus across KCTCS. We mentioned a lot of survey feedback. When we were going through the wordsmithing a few months ago, we saw 90% agreement, 95% agreement. I mean, it was incredible to have a plan that had a lot of input, but also high consensus as well. The other thing is, it's easy to read. How many plans and strategic plans have you read where it goes paragraph beyond paragraph. It's to the point. We also want to make it memorable. If you look here on page 3 of our vision, college for every Kentuckian. You know, I can imagine us perhaps making some stickers and putting that on the doors of our classrooms. It's something that not only our personnel can remember, but our students as well. It's a great slogan that when people talk about us, we have things that can be memorable as well, also reflected in our value, mission, and goals. Then the last thing, if you don't mind, this back page is very intentional. We spent a lot of time on the back page. And as what Dr. Neal talked about just a few moments ago, we decided to be aggressive. We decided to be bold, knowing that some of these goals may be hard to attain. But we've had a lot of feedback from our policymakers that they want us to have aggressive goals. Don't rest on your laurels. And that it's okay if we put goals out there that are very hard to achieve, but it allows us to continue to stay focused. And so I just want to say job well done, and I'm looking forward to implementing the strategic plan next.
I have just a quick question. I think it's great. I love everything about it. One of the things I struggle with in our organization is how does everyone, if I walk up to anyone and say, what's your part of that plan? Can they answer that question? What's your strategy to, or is there a strategy to, that everybody feels like I know what my part of this is and I know what I have to do and how it's going to be measured. I know that's, it's difficult to do, but I mean, it's such a good start from that standpoint.
I think you're absolutely right. It is difficult, particularly the larger the organization, the more people you have. And as you just saw, almost 4,000 full-time employees across our system. Part of it was starting by asking for their input. Now, we didn't get input from every single employee, but we got input from quite a few. Like I said, thousands of folks internally, externally, including faculty, staff, and students, as well as our board members. I think that is a leadership challenge to all of us in this room, particularly on the board and amongst the presidents of our colleges, is that we daily remind ourselves, this is our plan. This is our plan to serve the Commonwealth. Back to one point that I think Dr. Quarles said, and it's actually interesting because Dr. Reese and I were talking about this last night, about a vision statement. What should it be? It should be something that maybe is unattainable, but it is your North Star, and remind people what would happen if we reached that point, if every Kentuckian had a post-secondary education. What would that do for the Commonwealth? We're striving to get 60%. That vision statement goes so much further beyond of what we're dreaming to create. And I think having something like that that's easy to understand, that has impact, it says access for all. It's very easy to get caught up in the weeds about my role in my day-to-day job is related to this metric, to that. But I think we have to keep understanding what is the impact we will have when we reach these goals that help us fulfill that vision. And I think if we can keep something that's easy to remember, that it has a great impact when we accomplish it, it keeps people engaged. I think we have a comment.
Okay, here we go. And it's also the practicalities of the fact that we have action plans that are in 2-year cycles. We have, operations. We have at our colleges, we have annual plans that then tie into our strategic goals and our KPI at the colleges that all tier up to the KPI of the system. And most importantly, getting down to the level of the PPEs, the performance evaluations, and how the units look at their folks aligned so that there's that constant reinforcement, at least that we're working together. And I think you're right. The challenge of the vision is bringing together how all these things really make everybody's life better.
Yeah.
I think the sooner that we can get in our public schools, early, start talking about elementary, middle school, and really high school, and then to reach out to senior citizens. Centers to tell them about, so that they can tell their grandkids and how important education is, this and that. I think we've got to hit every facet of it and hit it hard and tell what we can do, and just not stop at. We've got to be a community investment, community wide, at all our 120 counties is what I'm saying.
I agree with you. Thank you.
On being the great marketer that you are, I know those plates you held up a while ago, you've got across the bottom, college for every Kentuckian on that plate, right?
Yeah.
The license plates?
Uh,
You've got them on there, don't you?
unfortunately, no.
Across the bottom, instead of God and God we trust, you don't have college for every Kentuckian? What?
You want to be on the committee to help us,
But we need you to
Put the
adopt.
ball on the floor right there, you just dropped
We
it.
need you to adopt it first.
Okay, then you can put it on there.
yes.
Okay.
Dr. Neal, I think Dr. Figueroa's comments kind of answered my question here. But as far as from the system strategic plan, are we assuring at our 16 colleges that those plans that exist on the ground there, that they're aligning with
Right.
the system, and that even within the different academic departments and staff departments, that everything's aligning?
Yep. Yeah, that's been part of our history, is that each college is responsible for its own version of a strategic plan, but it has to be aligned with the system strategic plan. And they are held accountable individually as colleges, as we are collectively as a system, for the goals, the goal attainment, and the performance measures. Now, a college can go on and add on to what we have adopted in here, because they may have a local strategy to develop a scholarship for, let's say, dual credit matriculation that we may not be doing as a system. So on the strategy level, those sorts of things, they can be very different, but we all commit to this together.
Okay, so on the local level, they can add to, just don't take away from the system's
Right.
goal. Okay.
And I will be bringing back to you as a normal part of the work that we do as you do as a board, and it's part of our accreditation process. In June, we'll be bringing to you all the mission statements for each college, which those can be slightly different, but we do have the Board of Regents approve the mission statements within each college's strategic plan. And since we're launching a new strategic plan, we thought this would be a good time, that the colleges are also working on their local plans right now, to bring all 16 mission statements to you in June. We'll just knock it all out together.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion to approve the KCTCS strategic plan for 2026, 2030, including the mission, vision, value goals, objectives, and key performance indicators?
I'll make a motion.
Motion by Regent Hunt. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Regent Sutherland. Chair Hamilton?
Yeah.
Vice Chair Stevens?
Yes.
Secretary Whitten?
Yes.
Regent Cox?
Yes.
Regent Polton?
Yes.
Regent Givens?
Yes.
Regent Hall?
Yes.
Regent Horn? Regent Hunt?
Yes.
Regent Martin?
Yes.
Regent McGraw?
Yes.
Regent Powers?
Yes.
Regent Rabinowitz?
Yes.
Regent Sutherland?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Congrats.
General Counsel Stegall, will you please present the election of student regent procedure changes?
Today, I'm bringing to you all the update to the student election procedure in accordance with our pending legislation in House Bill 619. I'm sure you'll hear more about this later from Chris Crumrun. I know Dr. Corral's already touched on it. It passed out of the House yesterday. 619 changes our board from the current 2 student regents, each with a half vote, to 1 student regent with a full vote. This was a recommendation that came out of SJR 179 that was adopted by this board. Students will still be nominated by their colleges and will attend the Student Leadership Academy, where the student regent will be elected. The procedure allows for 2 alternates to be selected in the event the student regent can no longer serve because he or she does not remain full-time enrolled. Approval of these updates will allow the student regent election to proceed as scheduled in April, which allows our student regent to fully participate in CPE activities over the summer. Are there any questions?
I do have a question.
Yes.
So does this impact the June board meeting?
No, you will serve through the end of
Okay,
June.
I was making sure.
Yes. Any other questions?
I don't really have a question, just a comment. One of my great privileges in my experience with KCTCS is serving on the Board of Regents. While I do I understand the importance, and I'm very excited that a student regent will have a full vote instead of a half. I do encourage this board and our college presidents that are in here to continue to encourage student leadership, continue to encourage being involved in your community. It's life-changing, absolutely life-changing, but I am excited about this change. And that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Gibbons.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion to approve the revisions to the Board of Regents Procedure 1.2-P, election of student regents? Is there a motion?
Motion.
Second.
I have a motion by Regent Fulton and a second by Regent Gibbons. Chair Hamilton,
Yes.
Vice Chair Stevens,
Yes.
Secretary Witten,
Yes.
Regent Cox,
Yes.
Regent Fulton,
Yes.
Regent Gibbons,
Yes.
Regent Hall,
Yes.
Regent Horn, Regent Hunt,
Yes.
Regent Martin,
Yes.
Regent McGraw,
Yes.
Regent Powers,
Yes.
Regent Rabinowitz,
Yes.
Regent Sutherland.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Dr. Megan Stiff, Chief Advancement Officer, would you please present an update on philanthropy?
Today, there we go. I am privileged to give you an update on some of the many great things we have going on in advancement, starting with our broadest study of where we are as a philanthropy team across all of our colleges and their foundations, that to my knowledge is the most comprehensive study that we've undertaken of this nature. This study has three components. It is first embedding a prospect pool evaluation to understand the capacity of giving for the records that we have in our donor database. Includes a benchmarking component where we look at how we're performing not only college by college and as a system, but also looking at institutions nationally that we can learn from their practices and see really a sense of where our growth opportunities might lie. And then finally concluding this study with some training on hopefully some of the revised procedures that we'll be adopting today and policies just to help ensure that we are all operating from clear and consistent practices so that we can offer the best possible experience to our donors. So this study is so important because we can't develop shared goals or strategies or really understand the potential that we have and how to build the capacity needed to reach goals without understanding where we are. It's like if you use your GPS to get here today, it's hard to know where you're going if you don't know where you're starting from. So this study will give us really like taking the temperature of giving across our system, and we're really excited to share the results with you in June. Just at a high level, this prospect pool evaluation brought together data from over 400,000 records in our system. And especially our presidents have heard me say this a lot, that fundraising is a blend of art and science. So this is where the science comes in, of really using the system to screen these records and see where potential might lie in constituents that we've never engaged. And again, helping us know that information so we can unlock that opportunity. The benchmarking study, again, will have college-specific reports. We've been able to look at data like staffing and really having a better understanding of how our college advancement staff are spending their time and resources. So again, it's just going to give us some really unique insight that we've never had into the 32 entities that we work with across the system. When you factor in each college and their foundation as well, it's just going to be a really helpful snapshot of information like you see listed here, just some of the data that has gone into this study. So I'm excited to conclude the portion of this study. We'll be starting to wrap up. We'll still be doing some reporting back to our colleges and their leadership as well as to the board. But the big culmination of this process has been our advancement conferences, Partners in Philanthropy, that will be held in 2 different sessions on next week. This felt really far away and now it's here. Mid-March has arrived with our first session next week at Madisonville Community College, as well as a session at system office in Versailles. So if any of the regents would like to participate, this is completely free and an opportunity to learn more about opportunities in advancement, and will include foundation board members, advancement staff, presidents, and then anyone at the college level as well that's interested in learning more about this unique work. So we're really excited to have this first convening of all the champions for KCTCS across the system and hope to continue to provide this type of opportunity on a regular basis. So as we look at how the year is going so far, we have made it through calendar year, and giving season is always really hectic for our colleges. When we last ran this report, it shows that we're down about $1.8 million in giving in terms of gifts received. So that is actual cash contributions over this time the prior year. The calendar year end did seem a little quieter for us in terms of sometimes you have highly motivated tax purposes, sometimes for larger gifts or things like stock transactions. Didn't see as much of that in the end of the calendar year. So I'm going to be interested to see, there are some sector-wide reports that should be coming out in the next couple months to see if that's unique to our experience or if that's reflective of broader philanthropy trends nationally. But when we look at our numbers, we are still seeing very positive growth in engagement. We have increased our number of donors and our number of gifts, over 600 more gifts than at this period the prior year. So I think the strategies that we've built in terms of trying to be more accessible, especially in that online giving space, being more intentional about following back up with prior donors, and really keeping a focus on retention, those efforts seem to be working. I will note that that retention rate looks very low at this point, and that's okay. That's nothing to be alarmed about, because as we go through the fiscal year, that amount will continue to increase as there is still time this fiscal year for a donor who gave the prior year to come back. And that's why we also love the timing of Giving Day. It's a good reminder as we head into the spring and end of the fiscal year in June, trying to re-engage those donors that we might not have heard from until this point. So I know that's a lot of numbers and data to digest, but I love the stories behind just a few of the gifts that we've received since the last time we were together. I want to give a shout out to our friends at Ashland. They had a wonderful event to raise funds for scholarships, as well as a nursing scholarship that was established at BCTC. What I think is so important about this example as well is how it shows a donor being engaged and involved before making a planned gift in their estate. And one of the limitations of the data that you just saw does not include these planned bequests. So that is something that we're also working with through this consulting project to look at better ways of documenting those intentions, looking at data of making sure we're aware of them, for example, and reporting on them on a regular basis, because we do know there are donors who have made plans to think of a college or KCTCS in their wills, and we want to encourage that. That is the biggest source of major give potential over the next several years with the great wealth transfer. So again, a great example of a donor who's made that ultimate gift, but also engaged, seeing the impact of work that is doing made possible because of his gift now, before that legacy gift happens. Another exciting opportunity for giving, as we've talked about at prior meetings, is the ability to make in-kind gifts. So equipment, supplies, and in this case, an airplane to our friends at Madisonville. This was an amazingly generous donation. So just a great reminder that no matter what you have to contribute, we can find a way for you to make a difference at any of our colleges. We also have a new endowed scholarship over at SkyCTC and a partnership that extends the many ways that Baptist Health, specifically in Paducah, as well as across the system, collaborates with KCTCS. They donated over to West Kentucky a gift to help in hiring a sonography faculty member. So I hope these gift examples give you a snapshot of the diverse ways that donors help advance our mission, whether that's through scholarship funding, equipment, endowments, those gifts that last forever and give us that flexibility to meet continually changing needs. There truly is a place for every donor, and why we want to be the first choice for philanthropy in every community across Kentucky. So as part of that effort to be more accessible and reachable to donors who are wanting to make a gift, we have focused the last really couple years, but especially a lot of work the last 6 months, improving our online giving experience. So if you ever made a gift to us previously, you might have noticed it worked, but it was not a system that was optimized for the online giving experience. There's also some really cool tools out there, for example. We're not here yet, but when you have platform that is built for online giving, it can do some really cool things in syncing with our database to suggest recommended funds or suggest recommended gift amounts based on a donor's prior giving behavior. So the system that we were on was really not built for that type of real personalized engagement. Very limited in what we could do with it. And this is just a little snapshot, not trying to be negative, but as you'll see, it's pretty basic. It wasn't really built to be an engaging platform for our donors. The new system, it's got a lot of bells and whistles, so it wasn't real easy for me to show outside of a screenshot for you, but just from this little clip from Maysville, it has the ability to have video integration, much more robust list of funds that can be offered to donors with unique descriptions for each of those funds. So instead of just having a quick blurb about you can give to our food pantry at one of the colleges, there is ability for video, there's ability for much more content to be shared about why that need is important and how a donor's gift can advance the work of that program. So again, it just gives donors more tools to make informed decisions and unlock the many ways that they can make a difference within one of our colleges or their foundations. So these are just some links if you'd like to check one out. I want to thank our colleges for all the hard work as well as their marketing teams that they've put into making this conversion, which now will allow us to have a much more seamless experience across all of our online giving programs throughout the year, as well as on Giving Day, which I know you're all excited about. That's my transition into reminding you, friendly, if you would like to offer a match or challenge gift. This is another great way that you could unlock and encourage giving across KCTCS by making a gift to encourage others to give, either again to a system or a college. We have a lot of ways that you can be involved in Giving Day and leading up to it on April 22nd. We will have an ambassador toolkit this year that is a new feature. We have the ability as well to embed thank you videos into follow-up messaging. So we'll be doing a lot of recording of content. And if that is something you'd like to participate in, again, your gift personally is meaningful, but if we can leverage your gift into a challenge or a match for others, we found that the competitive spirit that we have when we're all trying to do something good together, and there's that incentive that we can throw out there to our donors, people really do respond. It makes a big difference. And we just invite you to share information as it gets a little bit closer to Giving Day. Share it on your platforms. We'd love for more people to participate in Giving Day than before. So we'd love to celebrate these results with you and look forward to reporting back on how it goes when we convene again. Any questions on updates?
Just a reminder, I think we've traditionally have had a 100% participation rate on that. So April 22nd.
We will be in touch.
Is that right? A special thanks to our foundation board chair, Stephanie Bell. As we continue to work closely with her, she's populating the board. And Dr. Stith mentioned estate planning and wills. I always like to tell people the next best thing in having your own will is to be in somebody else's. So please help spread the word that we have that capacity for some of those legacy gifts at KCTCS.
Thank you, Dr. Stith. Very, very good discussion. Will you please present the recommended changes to the board policies related to advancement?
All right, as you've seen in your packets, we do have a variety of updates to make to the advancement-related policies today. Individually, I'll just give you some highlights of each. The first being updates to Policy 7.4, which provides guidance on the recognition of our independent foundations. This was the policy that was most recently reviewed, but still since 2020, there were some additions that we felt could be made to make our roles and especially the key pieces that are needed for our foundations to maintain their independence from the system, just to make that clear. So the edits that you might see if you look at the more detailed version really focus on compliance with state and national nonprofit regulations, best practices, and ensuring that there is separation from the board in particular and KCTCS. So making sure that the board is not the nomination process and selection process, nor the majority of board members are controlled by KCTCS. So it truly remains a community-driven entity and that can maintain that autonomy separate from KCTCS. as well as the addition of the requirement for legal counsel to come from outside KCTCS for foundation matters. So I know that's kind of complex, but just wanted to pause here and see if anyone has any questions related to this policy change. Okay, hearing none on policy change 7.5. This is a policy related to how privately funded academic positions are named. This is still an important policy for us to have, but it had not been reviewed since 2005. So instead of it being a standalone policy, we've moved it into policy 7.6, which is guidance for all of our fundraising practices. So all of that information is together versus having this one piece be off on its own. Any questions or concerns about that? Okay, almost done, I promise. And then the final policy 7.6, this again had not been reviewed in several years, and we wanted to make sure, I think the most important takeaway from this policy is clear roles and responsibilities, especially when it comes to the authority to accept gifts. So we just clarified that foundations shall have their own gift acceptance policy and follow those procedures. And then we did add an ability for KCTCS for the president to approve gifts to colleges or to the system as a whole of $5 million or more and report those gifts to you as the Board of Regents. That addition was made just to ensure that if there is a major gift, a lot of the times there are potentially facility naming requirements, maybe capital construction, just making sure that we have a strong system in place. So if we have an opportunity of that nature, we can ensure that any requirements the donor might have or expectations, we have the ability to uphold their intent. So that is fairly common, I would say, in higher ed institutions, and that's really the only, I would say, substantive change to this policy. Any questions on these changes? Okay, and the only other minor edit is there was a naming policy that we revised together about last year that is being moved from an administrative policy to a board policy, and that was a recommendation from our legal team. So there's no substantive change being made, no change in content, but did also want to explain why that was part of the proposal before you today. So I just want to thank all the folks that participated in the process of making these revisions. It was not a lot of perspectives and considerations to discuss. They have been vetted by our advancement peer team as well as PLT, legal executive team, and policy and planning. So just thank you to all involved in making these revisions. Are there any other questions before you consider the motion to adopt the changes?
Thank you very much. Again, is there a motion to approve the recommended changes to the Board Regents policies 7.4, 7.5, 7.6, and 7.10? There a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion by Regent Martin. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Regent Hall. Chair Hamilton,
Yes.
Vice Chair Stevens,
Yes.
Secretary Witten,
Yes.
Regent Cox,
Yes.
Regent Fulton,
Yes.
Regent Gibbons,
Yes.
Regent Hall,
Yes.
Regent Horn, Regent Hunt,
Yes.
Regent Martin,
Yes.
Regent McGraw,
Yes.
Regent Powers,
Yes.
Regent Rabinowitz,
Yes.
Regent Sutherland.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Todd, will you please present this item?
As he's making it to the podium, we'll hear next from Workforce and Economic Development, then we'll break for lunch after that.
All right, I promised I would keep this to a minimum, but we're going to talk bond, state bond, right at the moment. We have been in communication with the Office of Financial Management at the state level. Steve Starkweather is here with some of his members of his team around a bond that we had that was related to our Build Smart bonds that were issued 10 years ago. It's a 20-year bond. That bond is callable this fall, which means that we can refund that bond at some significant savings to us. And we estimate that the savings over the next 10 years would be approximately $2 million for KCTCS. I'm going to invite Steve Starkweather if he would come up. This is his field of expertise. We really appreciate him being here today, who can possibly speak to any details that you may have. Steve?
The one thing that I would definitely warn you about is this is market dependent. We cannot guarantee a $2 million savings, but that's the estimate at this time. Any questions about the bonds or savings that would be issued?
Just want to say thank you for bringing this to our attention. This literally came to our attention just a few weeks ago. We appreciate you all are identifying this opportunity for us today.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion to approve the resolution that is included in the board materials?
So moved.
Second. A motion by Regent Cox and a second by Regent Whitten. Chair Hamilton,
Yes.
Vice Chair Stevens,
Yes.
Secretary Whitten.
Yes.
Regent Cox,
Yes.
Regent Fulton,
Yes.
Regent Gibbons,
Yes.
Regent Hall,
Yes.
Regent Horn, Regent Hunt,
Yes.
Regent Martin,
Yes.
Regent McGraw,
Yes.
Regent Powers,
Yes.
Regent Rabinowitz,
Yes.
Regent Sutherland.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Jesse Shook, Vice President of Workforce and Economic Development, would you please present the agenda item, Increase Employment Success?
Yes, thank you so much, Chair Hamilton. I am excited to share some high-level updates with you all today on the projects and progress in the Workforce and Economic Development Department throughout KCTCS. So we'll start with underscoring an announcement that Dr. Quarles already shared with you all in his report, and that is that Humana has joined us as our first statewide private sector employer. Goodwill, if you all recall, around this time last year became our first statewide employer. Their contribution was pretty significant for us. As you all know, they are a second chance employer and are helping us to support that pipeline. Humana, too, is contributing a very interesting opportunity in this space, and that is that they are not only investing specifically in nursing students for their home health pipeline needs, they are also offering opportunities to any Humana employees who might be in entry-level positions interested in going, for example, from a customer service facing role into a career in patient health. So if you recall, Education First Employers targets 3 distinct populations within KCTCS. First and foremost, it's an opportunity for our students who may have to stop out as a result of the difficulty of balancing their employment schedule with their learning. Secondly, it impacts employees within these companies who may be interested in what their career progression and pathway looks like, but without understanding how to tap into those benefits and how it translates into available opportunities within the education systems in their communities, they're very unlikely to access those benefits. And finally, it allows us to collaborate together with employers to co-recruit individuals to both earn and learn simultaneously. This is a very distinct program for KCTCS because together with employers, we are truly solidifying you do not have to choose between earning your credential and prioritizing your paycheck. So this is a very interesting concept for Humana. Starting with Jefferson, they're going to be supporting nursing students, and really exciting, this is not just tuition dollars. These dollars can also be used to meet student basic needs. We had a student speaker present at the press release, and he said as a result of his scholarship, he was able to reduce some of his work hours. He was working a pretty heavy load, and he shared with us that he had the best test score he has received to date as a result of being able to focus more specifically and more deliberately on his studies. So Jefferson is going to be able to allocate that barrier removal assistance to students as they see fit and also supplement tuition assistance. On top of supporting nursing students, though, Humana is going to work with us to identify individuals within their organization who may be interested in enrolling in KCTCS programs and continuing their education. Now, I told Blair that I have put these data points in my presentation, although the moment that I saw we had 17 million impressions, I realized, how can that be? There's definitely not that many people in Kentucky. So if you are familiar with impressions, this is a very much a duplicative number. It includes, for example, if you see the story in print and then several times it runs on your local news station. I know one of my child's first words was news because we have it on in the morning and the evening. So you're getting multiple impressions from one household, from one media outlet. So Blair, did I get that right? Thank you. And so the publicity value for this event alone, and this was earned media, was over $150,000. So we're really excited about that. And we have a quick clip here to show. Keith, can you trigger that for us?
Your company is becoming an education-first employer, working with the Kentucky community and technical college system to help employees get advanced education.
WLKY's Edward Smith explains how Humana and JCTC are partnering to produce more nurses.
According to the Kentucky Hospital Association, the state is currently facing a shortage of nearly 4,000 nurses. Humana hopes to address that shortage through investing in a scholarship fund here at JCTC.
I think that this is just the beginning.
Humana and JCTC celebrated the launch of the Humana Scholarship Program Thursday. Humana will be investing $125,000 into the education of nursing students interested in working in the home health nursing sector.
We know that the path to education doesn't look the same for everyone, and we meet our students where they're at in life.
Humana provides home health care in 37 states through its Centerwell brand. Employing more than 10,000 nurses now, Humana hopes to hire more, while local leaders hope these investments address challenges.
There is a massive shortage of nurses, not only in Kentucky, but nationwide. And it's especially true in rural places in Kentucky. So we know that we have to produce the most educated, skilled nurses, especially for an aging population.
JCTC will also be launching a support fund to help students with costs outside of tuition. Those funds, which can be used for rent, groceries, and other expenses, will go to students like Michael Eubanks, who says the funds allow him to devote more time to studying.
My first degree is in accounting, and it's a piece of cake compared to nursing. The more time you dedicate, the better nurse you're going to be, the better grades.
As he considers working for Humana, he says his scholarship has helped him reach graduation.
It's made my semester so much easier. I haven't had to work as much, and I took my first test. My grade was awesome.
In Louisville, Edward Smith, WLKY News.
So I think you all can see the impact for students of being able to access these funding opportunities and these collaborations between employers and KCTCS really does allow them to achieve their credentials and achieve the career pathway of their dreams. One more really exciting component of this program is that Humana is not requiring these individuals to sign an employment commitment with them. It shows their very deep investment and understanding that we need more nurses in the Commonwealth, whether they go to work for Humana or they go to work for Norton. It's still fundamentally imperative that we bolster that workforce together collaboratively. So we are really excited to watch this partnership grow from here and hopefully continue to add more statewide employers to our Education First Employer Network. This year, Going Pro, the event will evolve. I think we talked a little bit about this at our last board meeting. In the past, we have kicked off signing season at the Capitol, and really it served as an announcement of the dozens of events that are going to be happening across the state at the colleges to celebrate not just credential completion, but the start of our students' journey into their careers. This year, we're approaching the event a little bit differently to make it more student focused, more of a celebration of their achievement. And we're going to be having an industry expo. This will take place at the KCTCS system office on the 31st. Actually, Bruce and I were just chatting about what the Fire Commission is going to bring. I've requested that maybe the students be allowed to set something on fire in the parking lot. And I see Andy's reaction to that already. But this is going to be a hands-on expo for students, for high school students, potentially for undecided students. either at BCTC or at some of our surrounding colleges, to come and experience employer simulations, demonstrations. Health Force Kentucky is going to be there, our additive manufacturing trailer, and the additive program at BCTC will be on display. And so they'll get to touch and feel and understand what these careers look like. We have multiple employers who are joining us, some from manufacturing, skilled trades, the metal sector, healthcare as well. And we're really excited that our neighbors at Woodford County are going to be coming over with their high school students so they get to experience this event and celebrate their peers a few years in advance of them who are launching their career. After the expo, we'll move inside and we will be signing students with their employers and have some great photo ops, but really kicking off hundreds of additional students throughout the system who are going to be signing at events at their colleges. So we would love to have you there and are really excited about the evolution of this event. I am really honored and excited to share with you some of the advancements we have made in statewide projects. We have really worked very hard to ensure we've got assets at several of our colleges that we simply don't have at all 16. So we're investigating and prioritizing ways in which we can elevate those assets and ensure that every Kentucky employer, community, and student has access to those resources. One of those resources is an online learning platform housed at Owensboro that offers us the opportunity to share hundreds of thousands of course content, customized training, created for real-time employer demands across all 120 counties. We're collaboratively with the Ag Board and with the Kentucky Association of Meat Processors developing a Kentucky-specific credential that is available across the state and will really prioritize small and medium-sized processors. It can be done entirely online, and it's positioned to be a product that we can push out on a national scale. So really excited to see that collaboration between businesses, between the public sector and an industry association in collaborating to create this credential and house it within that FlexTrain platform. And then we are lucky to have with us Regent Hall, who is an expert in the AI space and has also allowed us with his expertise to create some additional AI trainings for business and industry. One of the most important things that we're finding in conversations with employers across the state is they too are trying to figure out how AI fits into their operations. So with Dr. Hall's expertise, we have created some diagnostic tools that help companies identify what elements of their operation are really prime targets for AI improvements. And then from there, again, we can collaborate to create that custom training through the FlexTrain platform in order to meet their unique needs. We also are expanding our kind of off-the-shelf, I don't want to say off-the-shelf because Dr. Hall is creating them. He is the creator and the purveyor of the shelf, so to speak, but we have several offerings that anyone can take. So we've had several faculty and staff go through these trainings, amazing feedback, and a wide range of focus within those specific credentials. And we're also engaged in a marketing campaign to push this out across the state and ensure that whether your business is located in Owensboro's service region or not, we're able to promote these tools and resources. Dr. Hall is working collaboratively with our project managers at other colleges to sit down with companies, help them understand these opportunities and meet their needs. And Dr. Hall, I'd like to ask you if there's anything else you would want to add, because we truly wouldn't be here without your expertise in this space.
I appreciate that. One of the things I really want everyone to know is Owensboro has an end-to-end artificial intelligence driven computer-based training program right now. It's the only one in the country at Community College in Owensboro. So we're using a state-of-the-art program called Synthesia. We have a partnership with them. We are creating digital avatars, essentially digital speakers. We have voice acting that is now entirely artificial intelligence. So some of the classes that Jesse is mentioning here are now entirely created for our partners. They come to us with an idea of what they need, what their customization is. We sit with them. And then what used to be a 6 to 8 month process to get a customized class across the finish line now is 4 to 6 weeks. So you can imagine what that's doing to our ability to address what our industry partners need.
Questions for Dr. Hall? Okay, very briefly, I'd like to share our year-over-year comparison. Todd has already provided us with the financial report as it relates to trains. As he mentioned, we're seeing unprecedented demand. We continue to see every month we think, is this the month that's going to set the record? The next month rolls around and that month sets the record. So we are at year to date as of Monday, we have had 300 trains projects come through. Last year, our total annual project count was 374. So we are on track to surpass that number. We are closely monitoring the situation with funding and looking at creative solutions to ensuring we can continue to support business and industry to offset the cost of training, even with this high level of utilization. And we'd like to thank Dr. Quarles again for supplementing that earlier in the fiscal year to ensure, again, that we can meet that need. Any questions on trains? Okay, with that, it is my honor and privilege to pass the microphone over to Dr. Linden. And Dr. Brand, are you going to join her now, or she? Dr. Brand as well. So we've started doing college spotlights, and these two presidents are going to share some incredible work, incredible collaboration happening to meet the needs in Eastern Kentucky. Please, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Dr. Brand and I are going to speak about a few college-specific workforce collaborations, and I think you will see a theme in that all of our colleges work very closely together to meet the needs of our communities and our employers. One organization that's in the East that many of the schools in the East are working with is SOAR, that's Shaping Our Appalachian Region, and many of you have heard of SOAR. Now, SOAR's coverage, it runs all the way from Maysville and Ashland, so they work with those two colleges, all the way through the mountains with Big Sandy, Hazard, and Southeast, and then over into Somerset's area as well. And sometimes with SOAR, it really depends upon the grant that they have and the training dollars that are available through that grant, what counties that grant covers, in what college that they're going to be working with. And sometimes, too, they'll want to pilot something specifically with a few of the colleges to see how that goes, and then they will expand it. So one such project that we're working with in piloting is something with Hazard, Big Sandy, and Southeast. So this is in the mountain colleges. And what we're doing is we're working on fast-track credentials for students. So we're offering credentials in web and app development, in AI, in cybersecurity. But not only do we have the fast track credential, we also have many wraparound supports that are available. And SOAR is assisting us in providing dollars for the students, so they're helping with the cost for the students, and they're also assisting the colleges with some of their expenses as well. Have I left anything out on that, Dr. Brand?
I don't think so. I think that the biggest thing that we like about this at Big Sandy, I think there's really two things. One, I have to say that SOAR has been an amazing partner for us, and they have really come to the table with multiple initiatives that they want to do in the last couple of months since they've changed executive directors now, and Dr. Atkins is there, and he's really made a renewed commitment and focus on KCTCS, which we're very excited about. But for us, most of us in student services now are using the case management approach with our students. And so one of the things we were worried about based on the numbers was, are we going to be able to handle the level of support that we have? And so SOAR assured us that not only are they going to handle it, they're going to put people on our campuses specifically for this. And so when they offered this, we jumped on board immediately. And I think that these are those short-term types of jobs where if you're in this industry, and I can remember years ago my brother went through this, sometimes those short-term credentials outweigh those degrees in these instances, especially with the technology changing so fast. So I think this is a great thing for us to be involved with.
So another program that we are working with here at Hazard, you've heard a little bit from Dr. Quarles about it. We did receive a USDA Rural Development Block Grant of over $93,000. I think it was $93,825, but who's counting, right? I count every dollar. but we are offering a fast-track 24-week plumbing program in partnership with the Kentucky Association of Master Contractors. And the target population for this specific grant is recovery clients, but we do also have a few spaces that are available for the general public as well. So that's been an exciting new partnership. And as you heard, we do offer a nuclear medicine training program at HCTC, but we're also working with SOAR on another nuclear development training program. And in Frankfurt, not only did, yes, West Kentucky received their KNED grant for nuclear, and that was wonderful, and I was able to be present at that presentation, but SOAR also received a grant through KNED. And their grant is working on training development for workforce programs in nuclear. And Dr. Keela Miller, she is our Chief Workforce Officer at HCTC. She actually traveled with SOAR and they visited a couple of companies. They went to Westinghouse and they also went to a company called Framatome and really looked at some specific industry credentials that could be offered to folks back in the mountains. And these types of jobs would allow these individuals to travel. So similar to lineman positions, they could still live in the area, but they could travel and work for these companies. So that development is ongoing. And actually, since this slide, a couple of other colleges have been brought into this program as well. So I believe because of all the good things that are going on with nuclear development and training at Maysville and Ashland, I think that you guys are also going to be involved with this project. So again, just showing wonderful collaboration throughout our KCTCS colleges and with SOAR. And we are having an unveiling of a mobile training unit on March the 24th. So everyone is welcome to come to Hazard, to our technical campus for that unveiling. Through some Kentucky opioid dollars, we were able to obtain the money to be able to develop this training unit. And it is on site now and it is beautiful. And through this, we are going to be able to offer fiber optic training and CMM, computerized manufacturing and machining training to individuals in recovery. And we'll be taking the mobile unit out to these various facilities to be able to work with clients who are in recovery. And I know I have worked very closely with Regent Martin on this initiative, and we will certainly be out at Beacons of Hope. And we've worked with Greg and other folks at your organization, and thank you for your expertise.
And so this last program is one that we're very excited about. We started work on this, I think, in the fall. We signed an MOA between Ashland, Hazard, and Big Sandy. We really wanted to attack the problem we have of a lack of trained paramedics in Eastern Kentucky. It's a critical need right now, and it's one of those programs that's not as flashy maybe as nursing or some of the things that we hear about in healthcare, but it's certainly necessary. And so the vision was to create a paramedic program that runs Highway 23 and then turns down 80 and goes to Hazard. And so we finally got our first class started this past month down on our Pikeville campus at Big Sandy. We've got classroom space set aside in the Hal Rogers Technology Building, and we've got a brand new simulation lab that we've put in. I wish I had a pic of that to show you. I didn't get one taken to get it down here, but we admitted our first cohort class. Now, this all came together very quickly at the last minute. We were trying to figure out the logistics of all this with 3 colleges. Ashland and Hazard have been very gracious as they've given us space on their campuses to do the labs. And so we're sending equipment and instructors to staff those. And so it's one program between the 3 colleges. We've got 32 students in that first cohort group. And the most amazing thing about it is through a combination of partners who came together, including SOAR, including EKSEP, and including KCTCS Trains, all 32 students are going to be doing this tuition-free, books, everything is included. So we're going to graduate a class with zero debt. And that, to me, is an amazing thing for that. And I saw Dr. Quarles was about to clap. I think we should on that because it's huge. So we'll continue that from here on out and keep you updated on that.
I think that wraps up what we have.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I just want to say thank you to Jesse Shook, our presidents, PLT, all the workforce team. I had an opportunity to meet with them last week while they had a system-wide update and information and idea exchange session. They're doing great work. Again, 70,000 plus Kentuckians. It overlaps with our for credit operations as well. You heard earlier that our trains funding runs out about this time each year. So as we visit the Capitol, we're reminding our legislators that this is really a grant that is specifically geared towards training Kentucky employers of all sizes. So we will continue to advocate for that this budget session. With that, any questions for our workforce teams? Mr. Chair, I would propose we break for lunch.
Please. 45 minutes.
45 minutes, so 12:45. We have a food line set up outside this door. Feel free to bring your food back, eat at your places here, and we will continue to have many demonstrations. And to my count, we have 6 items of business left for the day, and then we can move on to the large scale activities. So with that, I would propose we take a recess.
Thank you. Enjoy your lunch. could. Thank you very much. Dr. Neal, will you please present the Increase Learn Success agenda items?
Hi, welcome back, everybody. Hope you had a good lunch. Before I get into this, I want to give a shout out. I was just made aware that all of our lunchtime music by Keith had the words fire in it or burning or something related to that. So thank you for the thematic drama that you brought to the setting. I appreciate that. Also, before I get into this, I want to go back and maybe expound upon an answer that Dr. Figueroa had alluded to earlier and that I was talking with in relation to a question that Regent Cox brought up in relation to the strategic plan. The question was, how do we ensure to the greatest degree possible that every employee within the system understands how their contributions tie back to the goals? And so I hold up this document in front of you, which is Dr. Quarles' quarterly report. One of the things that we try to do from Dr. Quarles and the entire institution on out to our colleges and the employees within our colleges, our academic programs, and our service departments is we do annual planning. Dr. Figueroa mentioned the PPE. That's our planning and evaluation document that we conduct with employees, where we start every year with planning goals at the employee level, the department level, and the college level, as well as our system. And then at the end of the year, we do evaluations. And what we encourage supervisors to do with employees in particular, but also at the department level and even our budgeting process, is whatever goals that a person sets for themselves, regardless of their position, is that it gets tied back to our strategic goals. And that is one way that I think we have tried to infuse over the years a tie back for every employee back to our larger goals. Because sometimes, as Regent Cox was alluding to, not every employee may feel like they can impact a big picture goal, but understanding how their day-to-day and year-to-year planning goals that they and their supervisors set that are tied back to our goals will tie that back in. So I hope that better explains the question. You bet. So we're going to jump into one of the favorite things I get to do in board meetings is talk about learner success. It's why we're here. There's a variety of different things that we'll talk about today, and I'm going to explain what I've got up on the screen and how we're going to go through these reports, because there's a spotlight presentation in the middle of this, in the middle of this, where I'll turn it back over to the chair, and he's going to invite up a couple of other gentlemen to talk about a special topic that was requested at the last board meeting, and then I'll finish out. So we'll go through the updates that you see on the left. Then we'll invite a couple folks up on fraudulent applications that was alluded to earlier today. Then we'll come back and talk about the action items that you see on the right-hand side of your screen. Now, for those of you who have not been to all that many board meetings, or you may be listening online and don't understand, well, why do we have certificate and program approvals on the left under an update, and then the same thing of programs, approval of programs new to KCTCS on the right? It sounds very similar. It is similar, but it's very different. And I think we'll get, there are things that we bring to the board as an information item in relation to programs that we're adding to our colleges that are already in our inventory that Dr. Quarles can approve. I'm going to show you a graphic here in just a second. And then there are programs that are brand new to KCTCS that we've never taught before that comes through Dr. Quarles and on to you, and has some other statewide processes. So there are some things we'll ask you to vote on today, and then some things that we'll show you as information items only. A quick reference to what some people call stackable credentials. We get questions year after year after year. What does a stackable credential mean? And what's the difference between all of your programs? And what's the difference between a program and a degree, and those sorts of things? You can use words in a lot of different ways, but essentially, when we talk from the top down in the form of a degree, we have Associate of Applied Sciences, or AAS degrees. Sometimes people will call those technical degrees. Those are career-oriented, vocational focus in many ways, degrees that have essentially 5 gen ed courses and about 15 or more technical courses. They're really designed to get a heavy focus on skill development in a particular career field, and then go to work after you're finished with your associates. It doesn't stop a student from transferring, but it's really designed to go to work. Then we also have Associate of Arts, Associate of Sciences, or an Associate of Fine Arts degree, which are transfer designed, meaning that they are heavily based in general education. There's about 30 credit hours or so in the gen ed core. And then the remainder of the 60 hours are in more electives that can be tailored, mostly in the general education area, to help a student prepare for a bachelor's degree when they transfer to the university after the completion of associate's degree. So for example, if you wanted to be an electrical engineer, you could declare the AS degree, which is heavy in the math and the sciences and all your other general education courses, but the other half of your degree that are more elective based, you and your advisor can map out a series of courses in engineering or advanced math, advanced sciences and physics and those sorts of things to tailor the rest of that degree towards the first 2 years of a bachelor's degree. Diplomas, you don't see all that many diploma programs, and we're actually going to talk about one today with Ashland. Diplomas came about, it is all of the same technical classes essentially as you would see in the degree, but just not as many gen ed. It really came out of our vocational days prior to KCTCS, and they have remained on. And what you will find is that since it is all the technical classes essentially and a couple of general education, not as many general education as you would see in an AAS degree, it is approximately 50 plus a few hours towards a 60-hour degree. You're starting to see more and more of those diplomas be translated or transferred into associate degrees, and we'll talk about one today. And then certificates are a collection of courses. Sometimes it can even be just one course. And industry has said if a student takes that one course or that collection of courses and the college certifies them, they will hire them into a particular level of employment in the organization. So a very entry level certificate get a student an entry level job in a particular career field. It could be welding, it could be certified nursing assistant is a good one. That's just one course. It'll get you in the door. But then if you come back and take a few more courses and capture the collection of courses that obtain the secondary degree or more intermediate skills, you can then get an advancement at work and move into higher level skills. And eventually, as you complete that series of courses, you will run into the point where you will complete the entire associate's degree. But these certificates are based on a collaboration between our faculty and industry who have come in, and industry said, and Marty could probably talk to this better than I can, this is how we want to see the stackable credentials within your degree program, and here are the career opportunities. So our faculty respond to that by building out curriculum that leads to these credentials. So as we talk about our program inventory, what if you think about our catalog, whether it's a physical catalog on your desk or the digital catalog, it's the collection of all of our programs and credentials within KCTCS that have been approved by the Board of Regents and in many cases by CPE. We can add to that, and you're going to see an addition today. We're going to ask you to vote on an addition from one of our colleges of our brand new program that we have never had in KCTCS before. It's a response to industry. That type of additional program requires approval by Dr. Quarles as the KCTCS president and the Board of Regents, and then through a CPE process. That's a very formal process that's been in place for many, many years. We also have programs that come forward, and Dr. Quarles has been given authority by you all to say, well, we've already got that program in the overall KCTCS inventory, but a college wants to bring that on and they have not taught it before. It doesn't need to go to the board because you've already approved it into the inventory, and he can hit the ground running. That was a change you all made just a few years ago to help expedite our college's ability to be nimble and respond to industry when new needs come available. And then we update the board. We also can suspend credentials, whether it's a certificate or full-blown degree program. And that comes about from a variety of different reasons. Typically, it's because we see industry change in our communities and the credential that was built for a particular industry is no longer needed, or sometimes the number of jobs are not needed as much, and so enrollment is lower, and so we phase out or suspend these programs. You'll also see some of that today. What that process does is it allows us to stay current. It allows colleges to rededicate resources from a phased out or suspended program into something else that they might need for a rising need. And so that's different ways that programs can be added or suspended from our inventory, and how the board and or Dr. Quarles is involved. And I think it's really important to highlight that every program addition that we have historically through policy goes through the KCTCS president, who signs off on that, and then in cases where it's new to KCTCS, brings that to the board as a recommendation, and the board approves that credential as well. So some programs that are new programs to the college, but not to the KCTCS inventory, which makes it an information item for you. Dr. Quarles has already signed off on this, and that is a welding technology at Ashland Community and Technical College. I'd like to celebrate Dr. Ferguson and his faculty and staff because they have had a well-known welding program for many years at the diploma level. It's a 24/7 program. If you have any questions about that, I know he could talk about that very specifically, but it's been a fantastic program. But what we're finding is that both industry and our students desire the full-blown degree and not the diploma, which is an addition of about 3 or so gen ed courses, and that fills out the entire AAS degree. So Dr. Quarles has the authority from the board to go ahead and sign off on that. We're moving forward with that and wanted to inform the board. Similarly, well, a different scenario, with Maysville Community and Technical College, we have Dr. Laura McCullough here if you have questions. They have automotive technology program that exists at the diploma level. They're moving that to the degree level as well. Additionally, at Maysville, as many of you know, we have brought on an aviation technology program there. That kind of program that we have have historically had at Jefferson and Somerset is now at Maysville, and Madisonville and West Kentucky are bringing that program as well. They all know the process that you have to go through with federal FAA approval process. So we brought that program on, but it had to go through the FAA process. So we suspended it until it came through that process. Now that process, they have received their letter from the FAA with formal approval to move forward with the degree program. So we're bringing that back as a reactivation of that program. Also, additional certificates where the program exists at the college, but the colleges wanted to add additional certificates inside of the degree program. These certificates are all in our KCTCS inventory. You can see that the colleges that are listed there, and again, many of our presidents are here if you have questions about specific certificates. So that's the addition side of programs and certificates that we're bringing on that do not require board approval, but we do want to inform you. Any questions on those before I get into the suspensions? All right, moving on. All 16 colleges have culled out a handful of credentials at their colleges, again, from a variety of different reasons. These next two slides are the same on the left, but different on the right, just showing you the different colleges and what they're suspending. And again, this gives the colleges ability to rededicate resources into new programming that may be emerging in their communities. And one of the things I think that's important for us to remember is that our colleges may have a slightly different industry mix at their colleges, but if you were to hold up on one hand the industry mix in the community, and on the other hand, the industry mix at our colleges, they should mirror each other. So as communities change, our colleges change. And that's why we do the suspension and addition process, because we are built to respond to industry's needs. There's the other page of those that are moving some certificates around. Any questions on program additions or suspensions? All right. Usually we give you, for the last several years, we have given you an update on what we call the COLA for short. It's the KCTCS Online Learning Assessment Plan, which entails 3 components. And our faculty regents could probably speak to this because they have been involved in this over the years. Matter of fact, all of our faculty have been involved in this who teach online. So I want to go back in time a little bit. Here is a timeline. Our faculty have always focused heavily on quality assurance in our academic courses. I don't want the start of the COLA to make it appear that our faculty were not focused on quality online education. They have always been focused on enhancing the quality and making sure that student outcomes are strong. And as you can see in this timeline, the average performance gap between students in online courses versus their equivalent face-to-face courses, and I'll just give you an example. Let's just say English composition, one of our most highly enrolled courses, has both an online and an on-campus version. when you look at the performance outcomes, you will probably always see some level of gap. Sometimes the online courses perform higher than the on-campus and vice versa. But what we were seeing for a few years is trying to decrease that gap. And then March of 2020 hit, COVID. And the whole world of higher education started shifting a lot of the courses to the online market simply out of necessity. And we also saw that fall of 2020 going into fall of 2021, enrollments being impacted across the country. First, that community colleges were hit the hardest, then a lagging process happened that then later showed up in year 3 and year 4 at the universities as we started to recover. But during those years right after, like 2021, 2022, the Board of Regents started asking a question, well, how are our students performing in this highly online world necessitated by COVID? And as we start to transition back to on-campus courses, what kind of performance gaps are there? So they asked us to analyze that. We looked, I think it was 8 courses at the time that were the most highly enrolled courses that had both an online and a face-to-face or on-campus course. And you can see the gaps that we had at that particular time, and they asked us to put forward a process where we can build upon our good work in the quality assurance and take it to another level to ensure that we, to the best of our ability, remove those performance gaps, regardless of which delivery modality the students were taking it in. So I'm going to go back here just real quickly. So the faculty had been looking at nationally some standards that we then called KEYS, our own version of it, of about 21 national standards on outstanding practice for online education, adopted our version of them, and built a faculty development model around it that we put all of our, the goal was year 1, 100% of our full-time faculty would go through this model. Year 2, 100% of our adjuncts would go through this model if they taught online courses. The secondary piece of this is once you go through the faculty development module, you would then have to take those same standards and apply it to your online class. So it was a self-evaluation of your own class. Did your class in your online world stand up to the KEYS standards? The third step of that was then to have, once you feel like your courses have been modified to incorporate these keys, then to have a peer review of your courses, your online courses, by seasoned faculty who've been teaching both on campus and online for many years and had also gone through the process. It's a very in-depth process, particularly the peer review, because it can take, Regent Whitten, what would you say, 4 or 5 hours for a team to go through one individual course. But it was our faculty's commitment to improve the quality outcomes. And so I'm proud to say that our faculty, full-time adjuncts, have all been through steps 1, step 2. We have a continuing ongoing process for step 3. It is now part of the fabric of KCTCS instruction. It is no longer a special project. It is no longer a special focus. It is just what we do. So this will be the last time that we will on a regular basis report out to you on this, because it is just part of our normal rhythm now. If you want to know the outcomes in the future, we certainly will bring it back to you and share with you. But I am pleased to say, if you go all the way down, and you can see from fall 2022 as we kicked in the COLA and we brought the gap down to under 2% performance difference. And again, we found online classes that sometimes the online performance is better than the face-to-face, and vice versa. It just depends on the course. So any questions on the online learning assessment?
Dr. Neal, I just want to, of course, applaud the faculty that have put in so much work. I mean, that doesn't seem like a lot to folks just looking at that percentage decrease, but that is massive. I mean, this is, I think, a case study in how this can be done. But also when you're talking about the, moving forward with the adjuncts in the next couple of tiers that we have, I know you said that you're not probably going to report back out on this, but it would be nice to have an update on kind of where we live with that moving forward, just to make sure that our adjuncts also that we bring on, right, understand that this is just part of the fabric of who we are now.
Yeah,
right?
it's just part of our culture.
Yeah, to make sure, and that could kind of probably marry really nicely with what VP Cantor was talking about with that climate committee and welcoming new faculty on and just making sure we're cohesive across the board. Thank you very much.
You bet. Thank you. Any other questions about our online learning?
I just wanted to echo that, but also include the instructional design staff and everyone that's supporting those efforts as well. Just because it is a huge undertaking. Well, I know not all colleges have instructional designers, but I know a good portion of them are represented across the system. So I just wanted to include them in that and just applaud all faculty and staff on their work.
Thank you. It was a big lift, but it yielded the results we were hoping for.
Dr. Neal, we were having a conversation here at lunch. We were talking about online learning and how some of those things are handled. I will say, as a student who has taken online classes, most of my classes are, of course, in person, but also hybrid. I commend the colleges and the programs that and faculty that work so hard to make sure that that is content that's of value to me as a student. It's highly appreciated because I know it's challenging.
Yeah, I appreciate you saying that. I'm sure our faculty do too. Thank you. Any other questions? And again, it's our commitment to continue this good work.
Dr. Neal, really quick, sorry, just kind of as a follow-up. So, I mean, obviously this has decreased, but yeah, the gap has decreased. But I mean, have we seen like historically the rates of success in those ones that we really first focused on? Have we seen those rates in person or online? Have we seen those go up as well?
That's a good question. I'll go back and talk with Orpa about that and see if we can get some results of overall success trends.
I'm sorry, I have one more question. Just in regards to this plan, like I know it's fully implemented at this point, but how often do you plan to re-review the essential standards that are set?
I would say on an annual basis, we'll certainly take a look at the standards. I'd have to talk with the faculty leadership about, do we have a cadence of from which we will possibly change those, but I think they're going to stay on top of this, and because it has been so effective, number one, and it's a commitment to student success. It's just part of our annual continuous improvement process. All right, enrollment report. You heard Dr. Quarles talk about our annualized enrollment earlier, how we are trending several percentage points ahead of the national norm. We've been trending that way for a good amount of time. I'm going to focus in more on a granular focus on the spring enrollment, which we typically give you enrollment update. I give you an enrollment update on the semester we're in. So as of several weeks ago, when we ran the report for the board packet, we were up 3.5% spring over spring on the same day this year compared to last year. But we also look not just at the overall number, but down into the different populations, because if you don't pay attention to the populations, you may be missing part of the picture. Are our dual credits trending up, but our new students are trending down, or vice versa, those sorts of things. So we are seeing some good momentum on both new students, new credential seeking students, returning students, as well as dual credit students. You've heard for many years, dual credit students has grown tremendously across the country. It continues to be strong for us, about a third of our population, but not at the sake of other student growth, which is really good to see, because we need to see all these categories continuing to grow. And I want to congratulate all of our folks that are out there in our high schools, out there in our communities, out there in our businesses, encouraging more and more Kentuckians to get their education with us. And this is just one more semester in a string of long of a trend that has been very positive for us. We've got good hopes for the fall. Last week we were at a retreat with the academic and student affairs officers, and I asked them how many colleges really feel like they're continuing this enrollment growth for the fall to at least be level with this year or up next year. And nearly all hands were raised. 13 of the 16 raised their hand. The other 3 just weren't quite sure yet how fall will be shaping up for them. So that was a good signal for us. But we tend to look at enrollment from every kind of imaginable angle. Regent Stevens had mentioned, trying to get into the middle schools. We are in the middle schools. We are in the high schools. We are in the unemployment centers. We are in our prisons. We are in every corner of the Commonwealth all the time, trying to help people get the education they need to make a better life for themselves. And we will continue that. So thank you for the encouragement. This is a chart just showing week over week. If the bar on top is yellow, that means we're up this year compared to the same week last year. Any questions on enrollment? All right, artificial intelligence. We referred to artificial intelligence during Jesse Shook's presentation earlier, and Regent Hall made some comments. We've got several folks in the room that are part of a team that we call our AI steering committee that have been working on some work around AI for several years now, including Regent Hall, Dr. Chris Howes, and then online we have Dr. Renee Wagner. they are part of the leadership of that team. They have been looking at from a variety of different lenses with a larger team, some of the milestones that we have reached in utilizing AI, investigating AI, planning for use of AI, both from a system-wide AI visioning. The team just had submitted for review some recommendations of how we form the basis of a plan, a comprehensive plan for AI to move forward. And we'll be looking in and digging into those recommendations ASAP. We've been doing a tremendous amount of professional development from our faculty all the way up to President's leadership team. We've had several trainings at our PLT over this year. Research on use across KCTCS, both in more granular ways that maybe faculty may be using in their courses, all the way to at scale across the system where, for example, Dr. Howells could probably speak to Microsoft Copilot that's available to all of our employees, which is an AI tool that lives within our Microsoft products. Last summer, Dr. Hetherington, who you'll hear from both of those gentlemen here in just a moment, can speak to how in our call center, that our system-wide call center, students who are calling in trying to get information, update information on their admissions process, their financial aid, their billing, and the like, may have a choice of either talking to an AI agent to get their answers or talking to a live agent, and we're doing that at scale. So a variety of different activities that we have going on, a variety of different faculty and staff initiatives that we have going on. There is a more detailed report in your board packet, a 4-page report, and so I would like to open it up for questions, but certainly invite Regent Hall and Dr. Howes to make comment on any questions you may have about the world of AI and KCTCS.
I have a question. So everyone knows I'm very into mathematics. When I know when a lot of people think of math, they think of numbers. I think of problem solving. I think of critical thinking. So my biggest concern, and I know we are preparing students for the workforce, and it's very important that we incorporate AI in the future. So as we are looking at ways to incorporate AI into learning and into our programs, are we considering these other skills that are also necessary for the workforce, such as problem solving and critical thinking? Because to me, it is very important that we also protect these other skills and that we're not losing out on those by or leaving those behind at the same time, because I still think that those skills are going to be necessary for students as they go into the workforce, but also to help them in life in general.
That is exactly how I think we feel the same way. In fact, CP has the 10 essential skills that really cover skills that need to be mastered by any student that goes to any school in Kentucky. And we're implementing that, embedding those 10 essential skills like soft skills, et cetera, critical thinking. But I think AI should be added in there as the 11th essential skill as well. And so interesting to hear supporting comments on that. But I think we're right there with you, is that it shouldn't supplant or replace, but this should be another additional skill that the workforce and employers are expecting.
You know, I'm so glad you brought this up. And critical thinking or problem solving skills is a great example that I think instructors all across the globe are trying to think about that very question. And I think we would be mistaken if we think that we should allow the use of AI to take the place of critical thinking. I think it's a tool, and Dr. Hall, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. How can we teach ourselves and our students to use AI to be even more better critical thinkers? And honestly, one of the things I have discovered myself, the more I use AI, the more I have to be critical about what it shows me. I have to go in and do problem solving with the answers it gives me, because sometimes it's not the right answer. And we have to understand that just because you plug something into an AI tool, it may or may not be what you're looking for. It may not be the right answer. So I think helping to augment our skill sets, not supplant, meaning replace, but augment our skill sets in a variety of different areas, critical thinking, problem solving being just two of them, is the challenge that we have. Dr. Hall, any thoughts?
Yeah. Well said, Dr. Neal. I think if you look at some of the work that we're doing around the system, it really focuses on frameworks that human centricity is still key. And if you talk to most employers right now, I think the idea that AI is suddenly going to take everyone's job and we're going to stop critical thinking is way overblown. I think the last year has kind of proven that you still need a human in the loop, that we still value subject matter expertise. And my own experience matches Dr. Neal's, is that the more I engage with it, the more I find myself needing to have my critical thinking skills. I'm a former English teacher, and I have this conception that in a lot of ways, AI is an exercise in rhetoric and sophistry. And a lot of large language models are sophist. They'll tell you what you want to hear if you're not applying your own critical thinking skills. So I actually think it's a really great tool to help emphasize that. But like any tool, it can be used for harm or it can be used for good. And I think it's incumbent upon us to extract all the positives. And there are many, and I've seen them firsthand. But I don't think a single person in this system has said to me, you know what, I can't wait until we're all being taught by robots. And and I'm not supportive of that either.
So I'm very excited about the work that this committee has brought forward. They've not just brought forward recommendations based upon research. They've looked within our system and say, how are our folks, how are our faculty and staff using this? And so in your report, you will see it's not just that we're using it for a call center, or we're also teaching it courses on AI. We're also incorporating AI into courses. We're out there, as Jesse mentioned, we're helping industry figure out how they can better train their employees. But most importantly, I think it's about how do we prepare students for what industry expects them to use AI for. Again, you still need your core skills that you were just mentioning, whether they be the soft skills or your technical skills, whatever, but also industry is trying to figure this out themselves. Some are further along than others are, just like we are. But I do think, and this is kind of a segue, so thank you, Dr. Hall, into the next presentation, unless there's questions, is we have to understand how people are using not just AI as a tool, but other digital tools for the wrong reasons and become bad actors in our world. But before we transition, and I turn it back over to the chairman to invite up our next two speakers, any other questions for the world of AI or in relation to the report in your booklet, or for Dr. Howes or Dr. Hall?
Just a comment that as regents, particularly those that are working with industry, if you have ideas, if you see areas that we're not quite up to par on proficiency, or if there's new technology you're seeing out there that we're not addressing or incorporating, we need to hear from you. Here's just a couple ideas. I mean, it's almost certain that we're going to be going down the path of creating a data center maintenance certificate or program like that. Something on AI. Dr. Brand brought to me an idea a year ago about food truck certificate. I mean, just think about there's things out there that just can make things a little bit easier for our citizens, but also to help out the business world as well. So if you have ideas, bring them to us, please. It's an expectation, really.
But I would say, Ella, I could not agree more. If we allow AI to do that, healthcare's done. Because the one thing I know AI can't do is be empathic. And so, I'm embracing, but cautious, and making certain that we're not selling out in a way that is detrimental to the critical thinking that has to continue to take place. What I was going to say, what you said, Dr. Quarles, was, one of the things that we're learning in healthcare around this is you almost have to unlearn some things before you can fully embrace the new learning of it. And as demographics get older, that unlearning is more difficult. Right here. So I would encourage us to think about what kinds of things and curriculums we could do for different people, different demographically speaking, or embracing this or resisting it. So I think that's good. Can I ask a question on enrollment, even though it's not about AI while you're doing that? Scott, I'd be interested in, if I heard you right this morning, looks like we could be having a decrease in funding at the state level.
We could.
Right?
We could.
We hope not, but we could. But where's the threshold where increased enrollment would offset? I'm not asking for an answer today. I'm just saying, as we get together in April, I'd be interested to know how that works, because it might inform us on the increase that we've already passed. But, you know, I mean, that would give me some comfort with the discussion that we're going to have in April around budget, because I think we're going to have to consider how we make up that deficit. You know, can we do it in volume and rate? Or if we can do more volume, can we manage the rate more down? Or that model might be helpful just to think about. I'm encouraged about enrollment, and it might be the answer.
We were happy to pull that for you in preparation for the April budget workshop. And also it gets a little more complex as we know, our technical programs, sometimes we have to offset those costs with other enrollment. So it's not just the number of people, but it's the number of students in which programs that help inform us on budget decisions as well. But we're happy to get some sort of decision matrix in front of you. Yep.
I have one more question, or concern that I would like to bring up regarding AI. So I talked to Dr. Hall about this actually at our last Board of Regents meeting, and it's something that concerns me moving forward. Is we do see in some of our courses, you know, AI use is not allowed, especially in some of our online courses. Because of this, I was falsely accused of using AI twice last semester. Easily cleared up by meeting with my professors and talking about the content. I had no problem answering those questions. On the other hand, I'm used to talking to authority and leadership all the time. And I can do that, and I can manage my stress and my anxiety and get through those conversations. But some of our students might go through this and not feel as confident. It might be a barrier to their success, especially when we're thinking of our first generation students who maybe just aren't comfortable having those conversations, or they see that, because one of my assignments I was given an F on, and I had to talk to that instructor before I could fix my grade. She said I was one of 200 students that decided to meet with her. That concerns me. That is very concerning to me, because if I'm one of 200, I don't think that all of those students used AI on their assignment. And so I'm sorry, I'm getting like shaky.
No, we appreciate the input. We need to hear this.
But yeah, so I do worry. I do worry about our students, and I want them to be protected throughout this process. And I understand how important it is incorporating AI, but I also want to make sure that you know, we have something in place that makes sure that that students aren't falling through the cracks throughout this. Like I hope that, you know, Dr. Hall knows that I really appreciate the work that you're doing, and I appreciate, you know, the others involved in all of this. I appreciate your work, and I just want you to consider, and I know that you are considering our students, but I want to bring about these concerns because I think it's important. These are very important things that we need to consider moving forward.
That's you doing your job, letting us know. So we appreciate that.
Regent Fulton brings up a great point, and that's kind of where I'm going to come from, more of a faculty lens, right? Because, you know, we can't do that, by the way, just so you know. You can't just I mean, we can talk about plagiarism, we can talk about a lot of different things. I mean, I'm not saying anything Dr. Hall doesn't know, but I think that's where we're kind of a miss. I mean, I haven't seen the recommendations. They're not published yet, correct? We're at a point with faculty where all the trainings are great, that's wonderful. It helps us, you know, even use AI in our courses, and there's lots of little tips and tricks that we've all learned. But the problem is the ethical and responsible use policy that we still lack. And that makes it difficult to convey what the expectations are to our students, of course, which creates the problem that you're discussing. So, I mean, I think that the sooner that we get something like that from KCTCS, that we can broadly distribute, right, that's going to be a lot more helpful to us, and I think probably remediate your problem too.
All right, Chairman, if there's no more questions, I'll turn it back over to you to invite up the next couple of speakers on fraudulent applications, and then I'll return and finish up the rest of the learner success.
All righty, Dr. Chris House and Dr. Chris Hetherington, would you please provide an update on fraudulent applications? Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, and thank you, Chair Hamilton. So today, Dr. Chris Hetherington and I will be providing an update on the increase of fraudulent applications that is affecting higher education nationally. But we're also going to talk a little bit about what we're seeing locally here at KCTCS, the response, the impact, and we'll talk more in depth about that in just a couple minutes. So when we talk about fraudulent applications, what we're really referring to are admissions applications that include intentionally false information. These are often coordinated attempts to exploit the financial aid systems and gain access to federal or state dollars that the applicant would not otherwise qualify for. We're certainly seeing an increase in the number of fraudulent applications at KCTCS and an even greater increase nationally. Part of the reason is the use of stolen or fake identities and evolving technologies, like we were just talking about AI, have amplified the increase of fraud in this area. So there's really two primary reasons why we're seeing such an increase in fake applications. First, it's the ease and speed of doing this. With the right tools, this is incredibly easy to do. All you really need is a computer and a good internet connection. Identity theft has provided fraud rings access to huge data sets that include real social security numbers, real birth dates, and often enough personal details to pass basic verification tests. New AI tools, again, are also being misused to create fake documents and identities. And as is often the case, the technology is continuing to outpace our defenses. The second reason we're seeing such an increase is the incentive. The large amounts of federal and state funding are extremely attractive to fraud rings. It's a high reward environment with relatively low risk, which is what these organized groups are looking for. So what's happening nationally really highlights the scope of the issue. In the past few years, the estimated cost of fraudulent applications nationally has jumped from around $10 million annually to over $100 million. Some college systems are reporting that nearly 1/3 of their entire applicant pool may be fraudulent. A good example of this is the California Community College System, estimated that over 30% of their 2024 applications appeared suspicious. And if you think about it, that's a really, really high number of suspicious applications. Also in 2024, the College of Southern Nevada wrote off over $7 million in a single semester because fake students successfully received aid or refunds before being caught. So this isn't a small issue or a minor issue. And last year, the federal government took notice and started to take action. In 2025, the Department of Education rolled out a nationwide identity verification initiative. And by the end of last year, they announced that the effort had prevented roughly $1 billion in attempted fraud. They're also building a specialized fraud detection team within federal student aid, which I think signals a long-term focus by the federal government and not just a temporary reaction to the issue. So that's a really quick high-level overview of the fraudulent application issue at a national level. Dr. Hetherington is going to share what we're seeing locally here at KCTCS and talk about what we have planned for the future going forward.
Thanks, Dr. House. So at KCTCS, we started noticing this in March of 2024. We first identified, I believe it was Elizabethtown, that had let us know at system office that there was something suspicious going on with some of their applications and their financial aid recipients. So at the time, the system office put together a response, created a small task force. We assigned, we developed a couple of holds that we use in our student information system. So when a person is identified as potentially fraudulent, the colleges can go in and mark that. It restricts their access to things like the LMS or their email. And also there's an indicator that prevents them from registering from future courses, basically just kind of a full stop. We need to take another look at this. Office of General Counsel provided guidance on language. So there is a notification that goes out to students when these holds are added that basically says that, we're concerned about your account. You won't be able to move forward with anything until you speak with someone. We also Shortly after that, piloted a fraud detection proof of concept with one of our partner vendors. They reviewed 2,000 applications. We ended up not really moving forward with that at that time, but it did show us that technology can be used to help identify, potential fraud. There was also a meeting that was held in May with the California community colleges to learn about what they're doing in California. This has been a problem in California for a very, very long time. We formed a work group. It was a fraudulent application work group. Dr. Howes was on it, myself, members from the system office and from the colleges to kind of take a look at what's out there, and ultimately recommended that we open an RFP for an identity verification service that can help kind of work through at the front end applicants that come in and review basically their validity of their application. So in February, we did post the RFP. And still working through the RFP process. Expect to have some recommendations from that at the end of April as to, the services that are out there. Aside from that, the mitigation strategies that we're currently using, Dr. House's team did implement firewall rules. Basically, if there is a known bad IP address, they're not allowed to access our application. Admissions teams, the brunt of this work falls on the admissions teams. They are in there reviewing every single application. They're looking at transcripts. They're looking at submitted documents. And they're the ones that right now are bearing the brunt of the work, where they have to take a look and say, well, this doesn't look right. This ID, this number isn't quite right. Or they'll take a look at an address and do a Zillow search, and it's a business address and it's not a residential address. That's a flag for someone that is using a stolen identity. Once they find it, they place the holds that I already talked about on the account. The students would then, if they are true students, would have to bring in their ID, meet them online. We're even seeing instances where they're still producing fake IDs, right? So they'll get flagged and then they'll try and beat the system by coming in with an ID that is fake. So Bank Mobile, which is our refund processor, updated the refund process. So they, if you change your refund preference at the last minute, you're not able to get a refund right now, because that's what they'll do. They'll all of a sudden switch right before the refund post and say, "Oh, I got a new bank account," and that's a fraudulent account. Department of Education, as Dr. House already mentions, added additional screening and re-implemented the V4 and V5 verification process, which largely was kind of shut down during the COVID era, but has brought it back to try and stop on their side. So the impact at KCTCS, really, it's currently, it's a lot of time. Our staff are spending a lot of time being fraud detectors as opposed to processing applications and doing the things that they should, serving students. For example, in the calendar year 2025, 3,697 applications were flagged as potentially fraud. Doesn't mean that they're 100% sure that they're fraud. It just means that something didn't look right and it needed further review. We get 115,000 applications a year. So of that total, 4,000 were flagged. So that is a person going in and doing that evaluation for every single one of those. Even after that, Bank Mobile, who I referenced earlier, placed 241 restrictions on aid disbursement from July 1st through February 6th, as they've been aware of this and taking their own steps. So that's a secondary level. As far as we have right now, we've reported 35 cases to the Office of Inspector General that we believe to be fraud, which at that point kind of hands the situation back to the federal government. And then, they move forward with if you're a person and someone stole you hacked your identity, then it shows up on your account and they have to work it out that way. So that's where we are with the problem right now. And the end of the slides.
I just want to say thank you to your team, your respective personnel across the state for addressing this. Kentucky's not unique. I know last year at several different conferences, everyone's struggling with this across the nation. I know that we approved some funding to the system office to assist with an investment on this. And so I want to say thank you to Chair Hamilton. He actually was the one that reached out about this. saw it on the news, want to know what we're doing about it as well. No quick, simple fix on this, but as long as we can have a mindset towards mitigation, then perhaps the federal government can come up with some creative solutions nationwide on this. It's just the technology is outpacing our ability to catch.
Yeah,
Familiar? Yeah.
you said it came from Elizabethtown on the, where it came from. The guy was going through it. Everything looks great, except he noticed that there was like 5 people living in this house. It's like, well, that's odd, all from the same address. And that's kind of what started this. So they're good. They're real good. Everything looked great. It was just, he happened to notice, I keep seeing the same address. There's not that many addresses in E-Town.
Yeah.
And so,
yep.
Tough.
Did you see a distribution like across the state for this, or was it like a specific pocket for the flagged applications?
I would say that one of the more commonly attacked schools is Ashland, but it's probably because it's the first one on the list. Aside from that, what it really comes down to is they need to have stolen someone's identity for it to be a thing. If they don't have someone's identity, then there's not a lot of value because you need that information to apply for federal aid. So that's the driving factor. If there's more folks around, more identities stolen, then you're going to see a higher rate there. That's about it.
All righty.
Thank you.
We can move on to Dr. Neal again. Would you please present a new program for approval?
So as I mentioned earlier, thank you, Keith. The first program additions were information item only because they existed in our KCTCS inventory and colleges were bringing them on. That's the authority that you have handed to Dr. Quarles to approve those programs. Now we're presenting to you a brand new program to KCTCS's inventory. This will require action on your part, and I would like to invite Dr. Feeney, if he was still able to be here, and Dr. Mayo and their staff to the microphone to answer questions about this. This is a Water Resource Technology Associate of Applied Science degree. And just a reminder, once it's in our inventory, it's open to all of our colleges to bring on to meet needs in their area. But this is a unique collaboration between our college response to an industry need. I don't want to steal their thunder, so Dr. Feeney, I'll turn it over to you to explain how this came about. Come on up here.
Yeah.
This is, it represents the best of what we do in that, for many of our programs, they come out of meetings, come out of outreach, and this is developed in that organic way too, where we had someone reach out, we've had conversations about the need, we brought our faculty to the table along with our industry partners, and this is where we ended up. So Dr. Zepps, who has been on the forefront of this, I invite you up to the mic if you'd like to elaborate on some of those conversations.
So we were approached by the Kentucky Rural Water Association, interested in being able to provide educational opportunities for their employees and also for, really honestly, they wanted to start reaching out even to start getting kids from high school coming straight into programs so they can establish a pipeline for succession of retiring employees. And, so there had been an antiquated program that had been, honestly, hadn't been taught since before the merger of the system, and so what we did was, we talked to a few of the other schools that had the program way back when, and we realized we needed to modernize it and bring it up to our usual standards with regards to the learning outcomes and so forth. So we worked with George Hayes, who's an educational liaison and really employee with Kentucky Rural Water Association to develop the curriculum, redesign it, turn it into an associate's degree when it had just been diplomas before, and in the process also provide an academic pathway for employees to be able to move up in the ladder towards a bachelor's degree, which would be the higher level of pay at the water facilities.
Jobs associated with both.
Yeah, there's jobs associated with really with certificates and with diploma and all the way up to the associate's degree and then up to the bachelor's degree, right?
Is that with UK for the 4 year?
The 4 year, we will have to establish a new MOA with that. Once we get this thing going, then we'll work probably with EKU. We'll probably start with EKU.
Will the potential students for this program, what level of certification, excuse me, what level of certification would they receive with the AAS? Are there any certifications that they would get where they could go straight into wastewater treatment or freshwater drinking water treatment?
So regardless of what level they achieve and academically, they still have to sit for a test. And
Yeah.
and where they sit and what education level they have will dictate where
Okay.
where they're placed.
Yeah, I was just curious if there were any certifications within the program.
There are certificates that they can earn that would allow them essentially to be an attendant
Okay.
versus an operator.
Does this program as well, the degree program, does it include wastewater treatment of fresh water as well as distribution systems, or kind of what's the overview?
If they get the complete AAS, it involves all three.
Okay.
They can get diplomas or certificates that focus on one aspect.
Okay, thank you.
This is great. This is us responding to not, lots of times we say we respond to industry needs. This is responding to public needs as well. And I think that's clearly within the goal of KCTCS for Kentucky, what we're doing around the state, listening to the needs. And so job well done. Congrats.
Thank you.
Is there a motion to approve the proposed program that is new to KCTCS?
So moved. Second. I'll give the motion to Regent Rabinowitz and second to Regent Witten. Chair Hamilton,
Yes.
Vice Chair Stevens,
Yes.
Secretary Witten,
Yes, and congratulations. This is an exceptionally written program.
Regent Cox,
Yes.
Regent Fulton. Yes. Regent Givens,
Yes.
Regent Hall,
Yes.
Regent Horn, Regent Hunt,
Yes.
Regent Martin, Regent McGraw,
Yes.
Regent Powers. Yes. Regent Rabinowitz. Yes. Regent Sutherland.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Congrats. Congrats.
Dr. Neal, will you please present the ratification of KCTCS colleges candidates for credentials?
This is absolutely the most fun the board can have, is to do this very next item, and that is the ratification of candidates for credentials, which is a much more voluminous document in your book than what I'll show you on screen. But during the timeframe of September 27th of 2025, all the way up through January 2nd of this year, we had a little more than 3,850 graduates, separate graduates, earn a total of 4,901 credentials. Some students will earn more than one credential, as you just heard in that previous presentation. So with that, we submit to the board our request to ratify the candidates for credential.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Second by Regent Sutherland or Regent Gibbons?
I think it was me.
Oh, Regent Hall, sorry, looked the wrong way.
Which southern drawl was it?
With me, sir.
Chair Hamilton,
Yes.
Vice Chair Stevens,
Yes.
Secretary Witten,
Yes, and congratulations to all the credential earners.
Regent Cox,
Yes.
Regent Fulton. Yes. Regent Gibbons,
Yes.
Regent Hall,
Yes.
Regent Horn, Regent Hunt,
Yes.
Regent Martin, Regent McGraw,
Yes.
Regent Powers,
Yes.
Regent Rabinowitz,
Yes.
Regent Sutherland.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Congratulations.
Thank you all.
Chris Crumrine, Chief Government Affairs Officer, would you please provide the state and federal update?
Thank you, Chair Hamilton and President Quarles. It's a pleasure to be with you all this afternoon and welcome to day 45 of the legislative session. I'm sorry that I missed you this morning. I was in Frankfurt. Where better to be at this point in session? So I want to give you all a little bit of an update on both what's going on more broadly in Frankfurt as well as what's going on that we care most about at KCTCS. So at day 45, more than 1,500 bills have been filed. Filing deadline was last week, so that count isn't expected to go up, but those bills certainly can change as they move through the legislative process. We're tracking a little more than 260 of those bills. 4 bills have made it all the way to either the governor's desk or the Secretary of State's desk for signature. So there is still plenty of legislative activity in the remaining days of session. Some of the big ticket items that our General Assembly is focused on this year outside of that which matters mostly to higher education, Medicaid, childcare, housing policy, energy policy. There are a lot of bills related to K-12 education, and then of course, the state budget. For higher education in general, there's been legislation debated around performance funding as recently as today. A bill to change the makeup of the performance funding work group went through Senate Education. But the legislature has also been asking important policy questions about student transfer, admissions, mandated waiver programs that apply to all of the post-secondary institutions in Kentucky, debt collection, statutory revisions related to the Council on Post-Secondary Education, of course, what I'll talk a little bit more in detail about KCTCS. So what have we been doing as an institution to put our priorities front and center for the legislature? Rough estimate, we've had, including multiple people in this room, more than 350 interactions with members of the General Assembly. And that's not including my hallway conversations, phone calls that Dr. Quarles receives. These are in-person interactions that system office staff and our presidents have been having with legislators in Frankfurt. I'll also say, because I know this happens in many of their communities, this doesn't include the legislative breakfasts or events that happen back home. We've had a higher education reception in January. KCTCS hosted Serving Up Solutions to benefit our emergency assistance funds. Fire Commission, our hosts today, held a chili supper for legislators. And of course, we've had KCTCS's Advocacy Day. I'll also say that we're facilitating drive-ins for each of the 16 college presidents. 13 of them have done theirs. I've got 3 coming next week. This is all to say KCTCS has done everything we can this session, communicating in a clear, consistent voice, a single set of priorities to move the system forward and continuing to do the work that we do to support Kentucky. That unified message is that we are the state's affordable entry point to higher education and its largest workforce training partner. And that's an important message that we continue to carry both as it relates to House Bill 619 and the state budget. Our ROI is strong, and we want to make sure legislators understand that and understand the unique mission that KCTCS provides in higher education in Kentucky. Outside of sort of the broader policy landscape, there have been 4 pieces of legislation that we've really been focused on. The first one of those is House Bill 5, related to our unique novel prison education program. I'll yield to Dr. Quarles to talk a little bit more about that, but that is just to give you an idea of what it means. In each chamber, the top 10 bills, numbers 1 through 10, are the priority bills for that chamber. So it's a significant indicator of how much the General Assembly cares about this project, and I think how much the General Assembly believes in KCTCS's ability to execute this project by having it listed as House Bill 5. So I'll yield to Dr. Quarles on the program itself.
House Bill 5 will be a transformational bill for how Kentucky treats our incarcerated populations as they re-enter and fulfill their service towards society. This piece of legislation has been contemplated and worked on for a full year at this point. And we're proud to say that tomorrow morning, I'll be testifying on the Senate side to get it through committee. And last week, it went through the House, I believe 99-0. Yeah, there's one member absent that day. Broad, nonpartisan support. And how will this operate? I think I've talked about it before, just real quick here. House Bill 5 builds upon what we're already doing with instruction in our jails, with instruction in our 14 state prisons, 13 men, 1 women's prison, and 1 federal prison as well. The majority of our colleges have attained PEP status, which means these students are enrolled, they're eligible for financial aid. And so before House Bill 5, we currently have around 570 incarcerated Kentuckians enrolled as KCTCS students. They're going to class. In some cases, they have higher grade point averages because attendance is mandatory. And so, all joking aside, we have a lot of great momentum in our jails and our prisons. The House Bill 5 allows us to take it to the next step and have a new build attached to Danville's North Point Correctional Facility in Boyle County, where we're proposing the construction of a building that looks like one of our advanced manufacturing buildings, large open bay. So we'll be offering programming that is directly aligned with employers in Kentucky who have said, yes, we will hire from the Second Chance community, working with the Kentucky Chamber, our internal contacts, as well as the governor's office, our initiative on reentry. We've identified well over 300 employers that say we will hire, or they're currently hiring, or they express interest. And so we want to offer the same level, the same types of programming that you see across Kentucky. And why do we need a new build? Well, in a lot of our current prisons, there's simply not the space or the enrollment that could justify one of these programs. And so prisoners that are on the tail end of their sentencing can apply for the privilege on good behavior and other conditions to be transferred to this centralized location to have access to programming that otherwise they may not have in their local prison. We're happy to go with the programming, but the ideal situation is that an inmate that's on the tail end of their instruction is actually doing job interviews. And in this building, we want to build an interview area of the facility that's welcoming for employers. We're going to work with organizations like Goodwill, United Way, and others so that we can have clothing that's professional for when our students are applying for jobs. And the ideal situation is they have a job contract in hand prior to their release date and they go straight into the workforce. And I'll just wrap up here quickly. This bill does 3 things. Number 1, it's a workforce bill for Kentucky. It's helping fill jobs with employers that want to hire these folks. Number 2, it saves Kentucky taxpayers money. The average cost of incarceration actually is a little higher than I thought from last week. It's $42,000 per person per year per inmate. That's over 3 associate's degrees with us if you're paying full price. And so it's saving the Commonwealth money from increased incarceration rates because the recidivism, we believe, if we get the results that Michigan has, will be cut in half. Because the number 1 predictor about whether someone reoffends is whether or not they're employed. And the third thing it does is that if folks are working instead of reoffending, you're preventing crime as well. And so, again, a lot of support across the state for this. Special thanks to all those involved, including Department of Corrections, Secretary, former Secretary Harvey, and Secretary Jackson right now. A lot of pieces have been put together on this, but I think House Bill 5 will be transformational, not just for us, but could end up being a national model the day that it opens.
How many students is that going to house?
Yeah, so working with BCTC, we're hoping to have an initial cohort between 300 and 400 students. That would be us really having an exceptional first year. The good thing is that we don't want to have to go back to the General Assembly if this program needs expanded. The building has a capacity for over 700 students if we were to scale up. Wow. And just one note, I mentioned we had one women's prison. JCTC has resumed offerings in Pewee Valley. We're really appreciative of that. We want to make sure that we're offering just as many opportunities for female inmates as well. And they just started a cosmetology school there as well. So I've actually volunteered to get my hair cut there. If anybody wants to go with me. We go? All right. Sounds good. Okay.
Another key piece of legislation for KCTCS is House Bill 419. This is our reform bill for the Fire Commission. I absolutely want to thank Bruce for all of his work to put 419 together. 419 provides votes for the ex officio firefighter members that are part of the commission board. It addresses some recommendations that were made from an LRC audit this summer. And it also allows flexibility for the Fire Commission to access existing pools of funds to pay for cancer screenings and other critical safety equipment for firefighters across the state. That bill sits in the Senate. We feel good about continued progress on that bill over the next 15 days. House Bill 500, that's the state budget. I think probably the one that's at the top of everyone's mind right now in Frankfurt. The budget was voted out of the House at the end of last month, and the Senate has been busy at work ever since. We expect movement out of the Senate soon on House Bill 500. We also probably expect a small number of changes. They're gonna put what they want to see, obviously, as is their prerogative in the Senate, but it is likely to be similarly austere as the House version of the budget. And that is because it's our impression that most of the work to craft the final state budget is going to happen in conference committee. So what does that mean for what KCTCS has been doing over the last several weeks? We've had a laser focus both on Senate appropriators and conferees and Dr. Quarles meetings in Frankfurt over the last couple of weeks. We've developed what we're calling a cheat sheet for every member of that conference committee to know what each budget line for KCTCS needs to look like when it's all said and done, so that when they go into that room to make the very difficult decisions that they have to make for the Commonwealth, they know where KCTCS's position is and where our funding levels need to be when they come out of that conference committee. So we're going to continue to focus in that regard, watching action out of the Senate next week and what the conference committee takes up before they go into their veto recess at the end of the month. The last one is House Bill 619. This is KCTCS's reform legislation. We've spent over the last year working with our co-sponsors and legislators about the content of that bill. And that's on top of the year prior to that folks around the entire system worked on the SJR 179 report. So a significant amount of work has gone into this legislation. And I'm happy to say that more than 96%, the vast majority of KCTCS's SJR 179 recommendations are included in that bill. Now, understandably, some of those recommendations match the intent, but legislators had a different opinion on how they wanted to effectuate that, as is their prerogative. One of those, for example, is the makeup of the Board of Regents. We had asked and encouraged more industry representation. The legislature took that to heart. They came back with a little bit different recommendation than we had for how we get closer to our industry partners. And that is what we see as every piece of legislation goes through the legislative process. But fundamentally, I will say the majority of the recommendations that you all endorsed as a Board of Regents comprise the content of House Bill 619. It went through committee last week. There were some minor technical changes that were included in that action before it went over to the Senate. A lot of those changes were to ensure that state statute aligns with our current policy and procedures. One of the other changes would ensure that we don't have to implement the changes to our Board of Regents until October 1 rather than the 90-day statutory deadline. That gives us some breathing room to do what we need to do to implement that part of 619 should it pass. The other piece that was included in the committee substitute last week was related to the faculty's role in curriculum development and ensuring that language stays in statute. Next week, 619 went through yesterday afternoon. So next week, we expect it to continue its path in the Senate. We have meetings already set up with Senate legislators and those who are going to carry that bill on the Senate side of the legislative process. We're going to continue to work on a couple key areas of a couple of key issues with House Bill 619 regarding program approval to ensure that that stays the same as Dr. Neal outlined when we went through some of the programs in his presentation. We want to ensure that process stays in place. So that's where we are on 619. At the start of my comments, I mentioned there's been 1,500 bills that have been filed. I like to think I'm fairly good at my job, but it would be absolutely impossible for me to get through all of those bills and provide comment on all of those bills without the help of countless folks in this room and people across the system who are not in this room. We have weekly bill review meetings in the system office to assess what each of those bills means for KCTCS. And that conversation is informed by the feedback that we solicit from folks across the system, subject matter experts who know these areas of public policy. We would not be able to be as well positioned as we are without their help. And so I just want to, before I wrap up the state portion of my remarks today, say thank you to the many staff and faculty who have helped KCTCS be successful this legislative session. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to take anyone's questions about where we are with activities in Frankfurt.
Can you speak a little bit about performance-based funding and what's expected to be done by the end of the year?
Yes, sir. So this morning in Senate Education, House Bill 96 went through. House Bill 96 reconstitutes the state's performance funding work group, the membership of that work group. The primary thing that that bill does is increase the number of state lawmakers who are on the performance funding work group. That, you ask the sponsor, his goal is to ensure that given the importance of those funds, more state legislators have skin in that game. More state legislators understand how that model works. And so it would increase the number of legislators on the performance funding work group to 10, 5 from the Senate, 5 from the House, 4 from, among those 5, 4 of them from the majority party, 1 of them from the minority party. So that bill went through Senate committee today. It will go through the Senate probably by the end of the week and then off to the governor for his signature.
So during this process, I think they're going to wait till after the session's done, but this is an opportunity for us to have a KCTCS approach towards performance-based funding. As you all know, they're funding well over $100 million a year. There's been attempts to put more of that. We receive roughly around 10% of our total funding from Frankfurt through performance-based funding. There are institutions like Moorhead, KSU, and 5 of ours that don't get any performance-based funding. So this is an opportunity for us to really make recommendations that might be unique to KCTCS. For example, during these discussions, we might be able to say there's somewhat of an assumption that KCTCS should be the apparatus that responds to workforce needs the quickest in Kentucky. So why not give us a metric that reflects that goal to appropriators? We've talked about this previously, but we have a lot of square footage. And we're doing an aggressive analysis right now about whether or not we need to reduce the square footage and replace with more utility buildings and be better used with less square footage, or jettisoning or selling off a property as well. Right now, you're rewarded more square footage, the more money you get. And so we're coming up internally with a lot of these metrics. If you as Regents have any suggestions, we can put on that list as we start this conversation, the sooner rather than later. But this will be an opportunity for us for really the first time since 2018 to have significant, there's been some tweaks to it, but significant changes to performance-based funding, which of course will need to be approved by the General Assembly.
Have any additional questions on stateside? Just a few things at the federal level that I want to make sure you all are aware of. We continue to track a couple federal rulemaking processes that implement certain provisions included in the reconciliation bill last summer, specifically rules around how Workforce Pell is going to operate, an opportunity particularly for community colleges to gain additional financial resources for students and short-term programs. We're also watching the start of the FY27 appropriations process. I want to extend my gratitude to the presidents in the room for their work on those congressionally directed spending requests. As of yesterday afternoon, they've all been submitted. So we look forward to seeing further action on that as the appropriations process moves forward. And then we also continue to watch what's going on in Congress around questions of financial transparency, accreditation, and the and at the agency level, the relationship between the Department of Education and the Department of Labor and how those two cabinet agencies work more closely together, especially on grant programs that KCTCS takes advantage of on an annual basis.
Maybe a comment about where we see Pell Grants going in the future.
So we saw this both during the reconciliation process and the appropriations process last year, and that is the outcome of the simplification of the FAFSA form. What that's done is increase the cost of federal tuition benefit programs like Pell because, and this is a policy outcome of simplifying the FAFSA form, more applicants and more folks who qualify for those. But on the budget side of it, though, that has increased the cost of the Pell Grant program. In the reconciliation bill, additional $10 billion was put toward Pell Grant to fill that gap. Well, 2 weeks ago, the Congressional Budget Office scored Pell Grants for the upcoming appropriation cycle, and that gap continues to grow. So on the policy side, that's an important recognition that need is there, and programs like Pell are critical for meeting that financial need. That has to be balanced, though, on the financial side. And so KCTCS, AACC, ACCT have flagged Pell as a critical issue in this upcoming appropriation cycle because, one, Congress is going to have to decide at what funding level Pell will sit, and two, what, if any, policy changes might be made to Pell to help address that financial reality that they have to meet when it comes to funding the Pell Grant program. Pell, as we communicated last year with our delegation, is fundamental to our students. About 33,000 KCTCS students receive Pell. And so this is a critical resource for them to maintain that 74% of graduates who leave KCTCS without any college debt. So it will be front and center for KCTCS as we start meeting with our federal delegation on the appropriations priorities.
Chris, would you mind, there was a workforce diploma that was being proffered. Can you speak to that and then also adult education funding?
House Bill 498 is that workforce diploma program. In fact, I met with the sponsor of 498 this morning. This is an initiative pushed by some groups that would like to see high school diplomas as an alternative to GED credentialing. So Representative Duvall and I had a long conversation today about the work that we do at KCTCS in the adult education space, and he understands that. He does still see value in this alternative credential, and you know that is what he is supposed to do as a member of the General Assembly. What I emphasized to him this morning, and what I've also shared with a couple of the legislators who care about this issue, and I had this conversation with adult educators earlier this week, that funding for adult education is critically important. So when it comes time for 498, if it passes, to be funded, I emphasized with Representative Duvall today that that money, the state's adult education budget cannot be the source of that money, because understanding where he wants to go with this proposal, that doesn't supplant the need for the adult education work, especially in the GED space that's already happening. And his commitment to me was that that is not his intention, that he would like to see this pilot funded in a different way. And I'm supposed to call him if that's not what happens when it comes to the budget. So we did get a good commitment from him. I appreciate his time today and understanding where we're coming from on that issue and maintaining that the fidelity of those adult education dollars, because we know and we've experienced the finiteness of that fund at the state level. And we spent all last federal appropriation cycle protecting that money at the federal level.
Thank you for that service.
Thank you, Chris, and we'll continue to keep the board informed with regular updates as we know more.
Well, thank you all very much.
Thank you. As has been our practice, the board allows a period of public comment. Shannon, has anyone signed up to speak at this point? If so, they will have 3 minutes to speak the floor without interruption or response from the board itself. Thank you. The next meeting of the KCTCS Board of Regents will be June 11th and 12th, 2026 at Hopkinsville Community College.
That's some announcements.
Okay.
Okay, before we adjourn, there's a few announcements. Just bear with me real quick. Let's give the Kentucky Fire Commission a round of applause for having us today. Appreciate it. They put a lot in time and effort in hosting us, and I see that the sun is out, it's warming up. So I know a lot of you traveled here, but if you can just spend some time, they're going to show you, and you can participate in some of the training that they do for our firefighters across the state. So if you don't mind, just please stick around and participate. Next month is Community College Month. There are a few events coming up, and we'll put this in email form, but just to let you know, as we already heard, the Going Pro signing event will be at the system office on March 31st. Dual Credit Week is April 13th through 17th, where we'll be celebrating dual credit students and also getting them enrolled and excited for the fall as well. KCTCS Giving Day is April 22nd. So please participate in that. License plates are ready to go. You can do it online or go to your local county clerk's office. I've already put my application in. You can guess what my acronym will be until it shows up. April budget session. So I think we'll do a poll to try to figure out what the best date is, Mr. Chairman, and we'll come back with that. The Fire Academy, we mentioned, they have 2 separate cohorts that graduate each year. The next graduation date is May 15th. That will be a graduation ceremony down in Greenville or outside of Greenville, Muhlenberg County. If you'd like to attend that, I know we've had some attend it in the past. It's amazing. It's amazing. We'll send out information on that. And then their fall graduation is in November before Thanksgiving. Kind of a unique opportunity. If you grew up watching Big Bird on KET, you know, that was a great supplement to my education growing up. I've been asked to be the honorary chair for this year's KET Summer Celebration to be held at Donnemeyer Farm in Lexington. And this year's theme is celebrating America's 250th birthday. I know we have a couple tables between us and others. If you'd like to participate in this and celebrate our country's birthday, it's a lot of fun. As you can imagine, we do a lot of course up as Ben Franklin, but we'll see which founding father I dress up as. We will see.
With your haircut.
With the proper hair. That's why I'm growing out the white hair. Hopkinsville next in June. So thank you, President Young, for the preparations and hosting us. We originally wanted to get on the base. We wanted to get on Fort Campbell. Given the time of year and other things going on in the world right now, we think it's going to be difficult, but we will have a presentation about what KCTCS does with interactions with our current military personnel, but also veterans, somewhat tailored towards Fort Campbell, but we'll also cover Fort Knox while we're there as well. So thank you, Dr. Young, on that. And then in September, we'll be traveling to Southeast Kentucky where Dr. Harrison will be hosting us in her neck of the woods. If you don't mind, for the regents who fill out your travel forms, please give those to Melissa today on your way out. And then finally, again, Sweet 16 girls tournament going on right now, boys next week. If you'd like to sign up to help pass out the game ball and cheer on our students as they are on the hardwood as well, please let Blair know so you can sign up. I'll be testifying tomorrow on House Bill 5. And finally, I'm going to stick around for a while here, and we're looking for volunteers if you want to be a junior firefighter today or drive the truck. Thank you, Kentucky Fire Commission. And with that, Mr. Chair, that concludes my remarks today. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
That concludes the agenda and items
We have
today.
an announcement.
Mr. Chair, I I think President Quarles ought to dress up either as Samuel Adams or Paul Revere.
I say both. Figure it out.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion, we adjourn.
Here we go.
So
moved.
Motion by Regent Stevens. Is there a second?
Second.
Amen.
Amen.
Second by Regent Whitten. Any
Amen.
objection? Motion passes. We are adjourned.
Thank you. Thank you. Good meeting.